politicians as if they're everyday, ordinary people who just happen to be in these jobs. And then when these kinds of things happen, people are surprised at the level of access and how easy it is to breach security protocols or lack thereof. So whenever I see a congressman or a senator in an airport sitting in the regular Delta lounge, it shocks me. I'm surprised these people haven't been. It's amazing these people have not been jacked up. But when I say things like on here and in real life, I think they should make more money. I think they should all have security details. And I think it should be more than just the people, oh, well, they're just regular people. They're actually not just regular people. If they were regular people, my tax bill wouldn't be what it is, because these motherfuckers is taking a good five figures from me every motherfucking April. Because they're not just regular people. A regular people doesn't call you back after you buy a whole free drink. That's a regular person. Okay? You see Lindsey, people will you can find videos of Lindsey Graham in the niggas Nick Romney. You've seen the videos, any of them. These are the embodiment, through our vote, representation of vote, of millions of people. The senators from Minnesota, California, for example, represent over 40 million people. They're not regular people. And so when we had this slap dash, I don't know what y'all are saying. I went past a church. She was the sitting vice president. They had 3 cars outside, no snipers. I could have walked in the church, cried over the body, and blew up the whole place. Trent's exactly right from my experience too. Depends on the event you go to. She was city vice president. So, what's she doing at this church? People know me, know what I'm talking about. What's she doing here? They had 3 cars out front. There was no cops in there. Okay? That's city vice president. So security can be very lax. That's all I'm saying. People want them to be treated. So just like when I go to the Walmart to get my Milky Way bars, I'm gonna do this. Or I go to the Target to get my Starbucks, because the Starbucks tastes better than Target than Starbucks stores. I don't know, it's very strange. When you go there and do that, and I can be popped off, the way we treat our politicians, they can be popped off like everybody else. So they're gonna get popped off, they're gonna get popped off. That's what I get. Now, y'all want to give them raises. Y'all want their pay to freeze and all that. So they get treated like regular niggas, because you don't get raises, we don't get treated, they get popped off like them too. We can't have it both ways. Oh my God, my security guard, oh, that's crazy, isn't it? 5 minutes later, I was spitting his face if I saw him. Okay.
Real quick, just because you didn't see them doesn't mean there wasn't no plainclothes Secret Service there. And then there was a sniper set up around the church. And there's also something called an assessment level. And people are actively praying for Donald Trump to not wake up every day. Kamala don't have the same threat level.
What does it have to do with anything?
It has to do with everything what you just said about how you saw her.
I'm not talking about the threat level. Well, first of all, you don't know what I inquired where it was or what buildings they would have been in to know if that's true or not. You just heard a story and you just figured out what I was talking about. It wasn't a church, it was a church.
That's not true. I just offered an alternative,
I'm telling you they weren't.
There's a possibility that they could.
I'm telling you they weren't. Man, it's my building.
Can you hold space for the possibility that they were there and didn't see it?
Can you hold space for the possibility it was my building that I run and they weren't in it?
Okay.
Because they were able to coordinate with me?
You didn't say that though.
I don't think they tell you my business.
You were holding information. You was holding
information.
I'm talking about and I walked in the back. I said, oh my God, Miss So-and-so. She walked out the back. I said, Miss So-and-so. You could have been in any office building, any building around. Just walk out. Just prime me. But you know what? Maybe I was on wow, whatever that shit is. And maybe they did get that information from us. So that's my
I just know with the event that I was attending, they always had snipers on the roof. They all have snipers on the roof. Even before you get going to the event, they have to fucking inspect the building weeks before that. So like, I know there's a whole lot of planning that goes along with that. One of my homegirls that got in the military, she works in Secret Service, and there's a lot of, she used to be a strategic planner with us, and there's a lot of planning that they do even before they go to a building. People that'll be there before he can come, they have to do that. They do background checks on. But I don't know what's going on in some of these areas that y'all been to, but I know that's their whole thing. I know that every event I've been to, I've seen snipers on the roof. I know, like, even when she's leaving or even coming, there's no entry and exit. They usually set up, I've always seen them have set up, as soon as you come in the building, metal detectors, and they have the police there to check your bags and stuff. So I don't know.
So it stuns me the level of competence that you all attribute to American institutions. Let me give you another example. I was on a college campus. It was in the 2024 campaign. I saw 10 walls. We're going to make some out of this school. We're going to make some out of this unannounced stops. They put on there was nobody on roofs. They didn't do no sweeps of the campus. College campus. You walk up, oh my God, what's he doing here? You walk up shaking hands and stuff.
I got videos of me in VIP. Even before that, I had to send all my identification.
Oh.
And this is it.
Yeah. So that happens everywhere.
I'm not saying that it happens everywhere. I said, I don't know what's going on in y'all area, but I know even in Georgia, to do the VIP access, I had to send all my information. When I got there, they checked because we got there early, and that still was a fucking line for the VIP access. And I got a video of it, and it shows me going through VIP access. They gave us special credentials so that we can sit in certain areas, and they had to check our freaking IDs when we came in. So and that was before even knowing that I was getting ready to go, that before they did their background check and all that other shit. So I don't know.
I think it depends on the venue. I think it depends on the venue because the venue has to work. They have to cooperate with you when you do it there. Their security wise, and some venues may say, "Hey, this is pretty secure." There's make the decision saying, "Okay, we don't need a lot of force here because there's only one exit, there's only one entrance, and the probabilities of they may be making those decisions." I'm just kind of spitballing here, but that could be why Dan's experience may be different than what you.
No, that's not right. So I sent Patty, First Lady, the video. There is context. This was October of 2020. So it's the pandemic. So the event was outdoors. It's supposed to be inside of University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, UTRGV. That's where it was held. It was held outside, not inside. But in the video, you can see, and Patty and First Lady can see it themselves, there's trucks. Those trucks have not been checked. There's Confederate flags, there's Trump flags, anything could be in those trucks. And then across those railroad tracks, right on the other side of that fence, that's where I had to walk outside the event to go to show how close it was. Right behind that white truck, Patty, that's where Kamala was standing. That's like 150 yards. It's not well within range, I'll see. But to Dan's point, I have been to Ben O'Rourke's thing, walk right in.
I've been in his too. Here's his video. He's doing something different.
Yeah. this whole Tyler Egos thing, walked right in, nobody patted me down, Now, granted, they are not, I would not say they were in danger like a Kamala. Kamala in Texas was absolutely in danger. So I agree with Ben. I've been shocked at some of the amount of access that you're able to get to some of these folks.
All right. Well, I guess that's a portion that we don't necessarily need to know. Other than the fact that their safety is on the line. So, anything else? Conversation?
Yeah, I have one more offering. What comes to mind when I hear y'all say like, oh, she was in danger, there was nobody around? It's like when she was shopping with Doug in the grocery store, and people were like, oh my gosh, she's just in the grocery store, like anybody could come up. There was like 15 plainclothes Secret Service in the grocery store with her. So again, just because you don't see it, don't mean it.
Oh my God, we know that. Those are oh my God, this is insane. First of all, I don't know this.
I was not talking to Justine
I'm not responding to just you.
Okay.
We know that they have plainclothes Secret Service in those kinds of events. I'm not talking about that. I'm telling you, in the second instance, I saw Tim Walz on a college campus. He was getting Secret Service protection because they get it leading up to the campaign. He'd been nominated. Students with book bags that had not been checked, they didn't submit anything, were going up to Tim Walz, taking pictures. Any of those students could have had a gun in their bag and he would have been popped off. Doesn't matter. First of all, by the way, every building can't be stood on, just so you know. You can't stand that good. I don't like that. There are certain historical buildings and chapels and temples and stuff that you can't stand on for lots of reasons, but that's a different discussion. Anyway, upload the selfies, and the whole thing. The Secret Service was around. I'm not saying they weren't there. I saw him thronged by scores of students. Yeah. Thronged. Pop. He could have been popped, and nobody could have did anything. That's a lot different than going to get your favorite fried chicken or a bowl of chili from Ben's. That's a lot different than Obama with the Ben's. Go ahead. Maybe all the students were fake students and they were also students.
I'm screaming. Was this before or after Charlie Kirk, just out of curiosity? Because I feel like college campuses are probably not going to be as lax in the future because of that actual assessment.
What? What do you mean? I said it was in the 2024 election.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
Well, why else would people be thronging Tim Walz? Unless it was a lesbian convention. Huh?
I'm screaming. Okay, so this was before the assassination happened on the college campus. So, it kind of checks out that it would be lax. Typically in this country, something has to get ruined by somebody else in order for them to take extra precautions like the next time in the future. So.
It's still lax. There's no way you can do the kind of things on college campuses and then not be lax when the quote principles. It's still lax. Senators come through, governors go through, etc. It's very lax. I know y'all think that you got me.
So, I was on a campus during the Abigail Spanberger run when Obama came to ODU. I went to that, and I may be biased. I put it in the chat. I've been to a lot of events for multiple different levels of dignitaries and principals, but I feel like whenever it's known that to brunch, the Kamala brunch, it was a lot of fucking red tape behind that. Like, they even had to contact my command team. I went to 4 rallies. One of them was lost. It was red tape behind that. And then it was also because of the seating. And the time that, and then there was a window of time that I had to be there or I would have lost my seat. So I don't know what happened with any of these other rallies, but yeah, that's my experience.
I have a question. I mean, but when you have a rally, and especially when you have like thousands of people there, that's more difficult. You cannot control that crowd the way you think you can. And you're only as safe as you possibly can be. I went to a rally when he first ran for president. It wasn't that difficult for me to get in. And this is after they did that heightened security risk for him. I'm quite sure that there were a few more people that were protecting him up on that stage. But in terms of the crowd control, I don't think we can control it. And I don't care how crack the team is.
You can never control it 100%. You have to give the sense of security to the crowd, to the public, that everything's in control. And you have to do the best, you can. But 100% is never going to be 100%.
I mean, I got feeling
that doesn't mean that what we've been seeing is not a lack of security and motherfucking security detail fucking up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, here's the thing. All these years, as of last night, you have to ask the question, how the fuck did he get in? How did he get in? How did he get through? And this is the thing.
At the hotel.
Yeah, he was already there.
Yeah, I'm at the hotel.
Okay, he was already there. So that means that you could control the people that had rooms there that could be there.
No, possibly could have. They probably did have background. We don't know, honestly. If they're having a president there, right? We don't know if the people that stayed in the hotel during that day, if they had to get pre-approval to stay during that day. Because and even if they did a background check, even like listening to what they said about him in the past, he would look like a danger.
They did do a background check on all the people in the hotel.
He definitely want to come off.
You mean even the guests? I mean, and nothing in the event.
So I don't know about what they do at BT. So now we're going into conspiracy theory. I'm just saying from my experience, and then she was saying that they did do a background check. I don't know why they would have people in a hotel knowing that this was going to happen. They would have probably bought out the hotel, to be honest.
They probably struck the guest list.
Okay, that's what she just said. Kiana just said.
That's what they said on Zoom.
Yeah, they probably had dogs. Oh, they probably had dogs outside of the unit. When you saw the security expert,
Wait a minute, can I just stick to one point?
Fake security experts on the page talking about what they know happened and what they know didn't happen. I don't know what happened to y'all.
So if they know the event is going to be there, anybody that calls that and tries to do reservations for that period of time, I assume you're saying that they did a background check on that before they could actually book the room? Because I don't understand, in regards to why you would let people, make reservations during that period of time that you know they was going to be there.
He already said he had a ticket as well, right?
Oh, I don't know. Because if he had a ticket, then he
No,
could
the one that I just played, the video that I just played earlier said that he was supposed to be in attendance.
But that meant he had a background.
That makes sense. If they would have done a background check on him because he was a ticketed attendee and whatever background check they ran didn't give them any cause to consider him a risk for anything. But I don't know what kind of background check they ran, but usually when people are attending ticketed events at which a president or VP will speak, some kind of background check is done.
Yeah, it's not a bullshit background check. They go through the option. Even with mine, when they were doing the background check, my just told me that they were doing the background check. Because what happens is they can see it all in depth. So because I worked in a certain position, there was one of my homegirls called and said, hey, you know, they're doing a background check on me. I don't know what's going on. Did you get a ticket or something? And I said, no, I'm going to Congressman. So I know what our background checks look like when it goes through and for her to be able to see it, obviously, because they get alerts. Our team if you work in a certain position, if something's coming up where they're doing a check on me, somebody will let me know, hey, there's a check being done, what's going on? Like, did you get a ticket? Did you do this? No, I think it's common errors. So yeah, they do background checks. And DIC is not just some fucking check your fucking ticket type thing. They go through the FBI files, they freaking CIA files, they look at who your parents are, they do a certain area.
Yeah, they had a Democrat representative on David Baxter's name, and he was saying that they do background checks on they passed legislation, and he didn't come up because he had a clean record.
Oh my God, I'm stunned. America elected Donald Trump as president. Iran has an embassy in Mexico in which, when they send shipments, fewer than 5% of the stuff gets checked. Okay? You have the Secretary of Defense and Pete Hegseth, and your FBI director is Kachap Patel. Okay? We have all kinds of cyber attacks, logistical failures, etc., etc. And intelligent people honestly believe that they did a background check on 1,000 people plus for the White House Correspondents' Day. If they did, and they did not. If they did, we need to find the people who were kicked out of the hotel. Because it's virtually statistically impossible that everyone that was in that hotel passed the background check. Okay? Where are the people that didn't make it? Did they lose their rooms? What happens if you don't pass the background check?
So I don't think they just give you a room until you pass that back. I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't take long to do a back. I mean, it does take a while, but you can do a background check. There's enough people in the government to do a background check of over 1,000 people.
That's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, so say I go on Kayak, right? To get it, it's a massive hotel. I book it a month in advance, 2 months in advance. We're the people that failed the background check subsequent to booking it in the event.
Well, they would have it where if you did it like that, it would just say you had to contact the hotel for this particular period of time. They aren't even going to be able to. I'm trying to tell you.
Which was if I had blackout days.
You got holiday.
And you acting like they can't issue a refund and say, I'm sorry, sir, you didn't understand.
No, what I'm saying is this federal government is competent. That's what I'm saying. You talk about how incompetent they are every day, and now they're competent. Cut everything.
No, it's fine. So maybe I'm not looking at this the way that some of the other people who believe the background check was conducted are looking at it. I was under the impression that if a background check were performed, it was performed only on the people who had tickets to attend the event, and not every single person throughout the hotel.
They're saying everybody.
Why would you think that they would do a background check on everybody? First of all, performing a background check on somebody without the person's permission, if you don't have cause to do so, raises concerns about violating people's rights. I'm not believing it, bro. Hold on,
Yes, it does.
Trent, I'm not talking to you. Hold on.
Yes, it does.
During the White House Correspondents' Dinner,
Make that finish, please.
well, you can't get a hotel room, period.
That's
I'm reading it right now. I just Googled it. You cannot get a room. It has to be approved. So it's like when you go in, somebody brought a blackout days, that's probably their blackout days.
So how do you get a room?
It said they have the room preserved, or I guess the government pays for a year ahead of time. It said media organizations, sponsors, VIP delegations are the books.
So he got a room to the Washington Post.
So the question is, how did I get the room?
He just said he had a room.
Let me see. It says everyone else in the building.
The White House Correspondents Association can pay for 1,000 rooms.
No. So it says the remaining rooms, if any, require certain connections, invitations, and package access. So obviously they do a background check. So I don't know. You might use the net, call the hotel and find out how to get a room during the White House Correspondents' Center. But it's actually saying online you cannot get a room during this time. You have to have, it says, a required connection, invitation, a certain package access.
Yeah, and his sister has media connections.
Okay, so I already heard the loophole that people can use if they know how to work the system. You need to have a connection. So just about anybody who has a connection that suffices for getting a room at the White House could get one. So does that room?
His sister has media
Let
connections.
me give them the facts. There are 1,107 rooms and suites in that hotel. The average price, hold on one second. Average price per night, this is in DC, one second, is, let's do $200.
$200.
I'm pretty sure it's more than that.
Yeah,
You're telling me.
Frank, shut up, it doesn't matter.
It's fine. Oh my God, you guys are telling me that and all of those aspects, yeah, with the fees and all that stuff. You're telling me, friend, you're saying that the White House Correspondents Association bought up $500,000 worth of rooms for a 3-hour event.
It did.
I don't know if they did or not. They did the building.
They just reserved it, and then the people themselves pay for it, not the government actually pay for it.
Okay, so I got you. That's great. So that means that most of the people work and live in DC. They're not coming in from the White House correspondents. Right? So they work for the White House. It's not just a journalist thing. But even take half. You're telling me that they spent $250,000 for a 3-hour event every year.
Yeah, I would say that's probably
Yeah, try to really, what about our money laying
We
around?
have never heard, none of us have ever heard, in the history of this thing, none of us have ever heard that the White House correspondents buy out the hotel. Many of us live in DC, they're around the event. We've never heard, by the way, presidents do events at hotels in DC that done them all the time. So this is not the only event.
Hold on, I want to do that. The backup, oh, sorry, then.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I think you're done, you're on the boss, I'm sorry, go on back, sir. Okay, sorry.
It's probably a combination.
And then Matt thought that you were finished. Well, go ahead, man. Man, please finish saying what you
The
said.
point of that is it's not the only event that presidents do in public. Right? So, based on what the line of what you guys are saying is that whenever presidents, and probably vice presidents too, because constitutional officer, and I don't leave it there, I won't even say Supreme Court justice alone. Maybe, but let's say president, probably Speaker of the House, but let's just say president and vice president. Whenever they show up for events in hotels, they buy out the hotel.
So it doesn't say nothing about them buying out the hotel. The Hilton does it on their own. It says the Washington Hilton on their own. It says they do early blackout access. So honestly, so check this out. I don't know. I don't care. To be honest, I really don't give a fuck. It says that they have certain access. That's it. You're not going to get around. If they're saying it, I'm not the one to question it. I really don't give a fuck how they get their money. For them, this might be free advertisement. It's something that's done every year. It's something that they're willing to take a loss on that day or the day before or whatever. 3 days, how many days it takes for them to fucking organize this shit? They said it's block access. You have to have special access to get a hotel room.
So that here,
I really don't give a fuck. To be honest, I don't know what we're arguing. I'm not at the hotel page, but the house is up and in here.
Because he's just like arguing.
That they block that access and it's only special education packages. If that's what they're saying it is, then that's what it is. This is like really simple.
Well, no, they're not silly. Let me tell you why it's not silly. That means it is a massive conspiracy. Because this is what I was trying to get to before I was cut off. If what you're saying and everybody else is saying is true, that means that there's a massive government conspiracy because the boy with guns and manifesto and pictures and IDF t-shirts, etc., means it was an inside job because we only could have gotten the room that way. That's why I figured that's why it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, the ticket.
So what you're all saying is this is a massive inside job.
He had a ticket to the White House Correspondents' Dinner as well. So, what background checks did he pass to get that?
So I want to Can I ask you a question? So in the style section of the post, Mara, the writer of the article, she was there at the correspondent dinner, said no one can get in without an invitation, but you didn't need your ID. I mean, yeah, you didn't need your ID to get in.
Then where?
To get into the correspondence dinner. So you have an invitation, right? You can go in. But how do you know that the person that has the invitation is the person that matches the guest list?
I mean, that's her
future
reference, though, Sherry. Right now, he was the person that was actually invited to the White House.
the only thing I want to correct about what Patty was saying about the only thing I want to correct Patty about the background check is, you and I both know being in the kind of the government space and doing these background checks that, the hotel would have to get the person's social security number, or beforehand someone would have to request for them to provide their P2 information in order for them to run that. And so I don't think if someone booked it a year out, that, to kind of go up and say, I don't think someone is saying, hey, we need to conduct this check before you can book a room. I can understand maybe when you get there or something, they say, hey, look, there's a special event happening. You need to provide this information about who you are and, this particular information. Otherwise, we'll have to sit you in another hotel nearby or something. That I can understand. But at the time of booking, I really doubt they're asking for P2 information.
Yeah, but they actually said it's locked access during this time.
Separate. You're on the list, so whoever gets the list, we can just send it out to your
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
I'm saying if it's just a general dude booking from outside, there's no way they'll do it. But if you're right, if it's somebody giving it to you, they'll say, hey, before I can give you this room, you got to fill out this thing, and they'll send them the NBIS or whatever thing they send them for, the security vetting. I don't know if they're going to use this or whatever, but the fact is, they'll do that. So yeah, you're right. If it's given out that way, that's the only way they'll do it. But that means that he's a known person. I think that's what Ben is kind of coming at. If that's the case, then this guy was known by somebody, and somebody recommended this guy to come. And that means that, it was like that person should have up, or this guy was invited, who the hell invited him, right? That's it.
So let me just say, man, I got the numbers real quick, okay? Tickets are $3,500 a piece, and there's 260 tables. So even if they're not, I can't tell if they're selling the tables for $3,500, the tables probably more than $3,500. I guess that's per individual. But that's $910,000 if we're just talking about tables and tickets. So I think that plus you're going to have, like some of you said, Turner, Fox, they all put in for this. So yeah, it would be for the
Yeah, I'm reading the Associated Press. Quote, access to the hotel was restricted to hotel guests. So everybody in the hotel was not involved with the dinner. You could have had a room and not been part of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's literally in the Associated Press article. That's what I've been trying to say. They did not reserve or block out the whole entire hotel for a 3-hour event. Anybody that knows been in DC, they've had it there for 50 plus years. Guess what? You can go to the bar where the event's not at and meet a lot of politicos. There's a lot of trade there. So you know what I'm talking about.
That doesn't mean that the guests that were there didn't go through a background check for them. If they were going to be there during that time period.
I understand that, which goes back to my original point. Where are the people who didn't pass a background check? Because statistically, there are people who wouldn't have. That's my original question. What were they told?
Okay, so here's the thing. If it's a minimum background investigation, right, then what they would be checking for is for top flags, right? You know, the top flags. A person can pass, you know, criminal background. You may not have a criminal background. You can pass,
I'm not talking about the shooter.
right, you just talking about all the other people.
I'm saying it's a bunch of people in DC who get hotels who are felons, who might have something on social media, and it's anti-Trump. I'm saying that if they background checked thousands of people, or say 1,000 people, statistically, somebody would have been red flag. I've never heard of those people.
They might have to stay someplace else.
I understand that. I'm asking, where are they?
Said if they never complained, nobody's ever talking about it.
That's what I'm saying. We've never seen that, which makes me believe they don't background check all the guests the way everybody thinks they do. Because I believe the federal government is incompetent and it's run by incompetent people. The fact that you all think they're competent and do things that is news to me, based on how y'all talk about the federal government every day. That's all I'm saying.
It's hard for me to believe that a background check was performed on every hotel occupant.
Of course it wasn't.
There's just no way. If a hotel occupant started attending the event, there's no ground for performing the kind of background check that you guys believe was performed on them. I am so sorry.
Hurricane, it said blocked access.
I
Those days, whether you're going to, it doesn't say that you have to be, it said you can be a special guest. You have to have, it said blocked access, period. I don't know what more y'all want to hear. I don't know what more y'all want to hear. Now, if you're saying that somebody would like to maybe go on and fucking doing the background check for the guests that were there that may not be attending, I get it. But to say that they don't have blocked access, it actually says they block the access to it.
block access to the event is not the same.
It's not the event. I wasn't talking about the event. I was talking about booking rooms. If you paid attention to what I said, it said during the event, hotel rooms, to get a hotel room, they have blocked access.
When does the block access?
I don't know
before it doesn't matter.
Okay, let me tell you why it doesn't matter. His written manifesto. Okay, thank you. His written manifesto, Trump administration officials, his social media was filled with the Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. His own brother contacted police in Connecticut after Allen sent the manifesto to family members prior to the attack occurring.
This is also running all over the place.
Yeah, he regularly, let me just finish, it's almost done. He regularly trained at a shooting range and was a member of a group called the Wide Awakes. He had a history of radical statements, constantly talking about doing something to fix the world's problems. He purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun, cap tactical firearms to keep them at home and family, and their parents had no idea the weapons were there. He attended the No King protest in California.
Thank you very much.
And that's the only thing I said I agree with you on is the lackadaisical. Because we've had investigations on third-party contractors when it came to background investigations. Because what'll happen is somebody will fucking get a fucking ticket, and what they have to do is a memorandum, and whatever third party we have at the time will fucking do a quick check, and then something pops up within the last 7 years, and then they'll be like, hey, what happened? Why was this not cool?
Yeah, the
So
thing is,
I can see where there could be somebody did not do their fucking job when it came to the background check. But outside of that, if the fucking hotel says they block it, what's the problem?
Hey, his brother called the police.
I got you, and I said I agree with you on the background check. I agree with you on that. Somebody approved him to stay in the goddamn hotel.
So the BBC reports that, quote, there were guests at the Washington who were not attending the White House correspondence. The hotel remained open to the public.
No block access for those
There was
folks.
no law. Yeah.
So they can rent a room, it just says they can rent a room, even though the hotel says they block access for.
They block access, it says here, to the ballroom and where the dignitaries would be. But if you were there for your son's the T-ball tournament, and you booked it a year out, you just went to your hotel.
Well, from what I'm reading, they actually said they have hotel room, they have blocked access to getting a room. And you have to do it a year, anywhere from 6 months to a year out.
So what if people reserve their rooms a year and a half?
I don't think you can do that. You can't usually block that far in advance.
No.
So, here's what the only government that usually comes to the U.S. That usually come to the U.S. and pretty much take control of an entire hotel room is the Saudi Arabian government. The United States government, under no circumstances, do I ever remember. So I'll give you an example. Crown Plaza Hotel in KC, there was a time Barack Obama, when he goes around the country as a head of state, decided this was where he was staying for the 2 days.
Nobody's talking about the government blocking it out. We just said that the hotel itself said that they do block access.
I'm not saying necessarily the government, but the hotel in itself, because guests who are still able to come in, and this is just across the board, even when they do foreign travels. Is there security? Absolutely yes, but this is not going to prevent hotels from actually being able to bring in new guests or people coming in and going out.
Nobody said that.
Okay.
Can I read the manifesto? The fake manifesto?
Yeah, the fabric. Hello, everyone. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I've used. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for quote most wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably, most certainly, do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I travel next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all of the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger by simply being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all those who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing to a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I am not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are the targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible, aka if they're wearing body armor, because center mass with gunshot messes up people who quote aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, aka unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using a buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that the most people, quote, chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. So that's his name, that's up. So he was after the Trump administration officials, and not any of the other people at the event. Interesting. Okay. But besides all of this,
Did he say except Mr. Patel?
yeah, exactly. Wasn't after Mr. Patel. They're probably drinking this understand. They probably go to Israel and then Patel's girlfriend on the private plane and they drank. So he's probably friends with them. Anyway, go for it.
I heard this.
Wait a minute. That didn't sound like a teacher person. That was.
It sounds like it was written in a back office of an FBI field office.
And he also graduated with a 3.9 from Caltech.
Yeah,
The most illustrious and I would argue best institution probably in the United States. That sounds like a Caltech 3.0. Come on. No, it's not. Yeah, he went to Caltech.
Yes, he did. He graduated with a master's. It does sound like.
No, the master wasn't from Caltech.
Are you? Okay. I won't speak on that. It does sound like a manifesto. I just have to see what I'm.
Do you know what he wrote on baby manifestos? What the fuck?
Yeah, I do.
You know what? I don't think it's just that. Him reading a lot of manifestos, I do believe it's true.
Yeah, 1,000%. I read Sandy Hook and El Paso, unfortunately, to see what was behind these people. They are very detailed about the guns they use, their plan. It's part of the psychology behind it.
And you thought what you just heard was that convincing, was similar to what he saw from Sandy Hook?
There was a couple of things about the Secret Service. I mean, it was just a really weird statement about center mass, because that's actually where, I don't know, I guess somebody was shot. Where do you see this, Matt? I'm just asking Matt, where do you see this? Because I haven't seen it.
But, I mean, Fred, though, you don't think that you can center mass or
Not you asking for receipts.
I haven't seen trends. Go look for it. Since you haven't seen it, you're obviously then go look for it. Go look. And report back once you found it.
Well, you know what? The thing that's really weird is him being able to get access to that hotel. And that's why I do have a lot of problems with our third-party contractors that do these background checks. I don't even know if they're actually reaching out to. Sometimes you feel like they didn't reach out to the CIA because we've had issues before. Not recently. I think we've been working. I don't know. But I know like 3 years ago, we had an issue with an individual soldier and something came back and he had a Yankee white clearance. So that means he can be next to the president. But the people that do these background checks, there has to be something like, I don't know, they have to be held responsible. Now that's one thing I will 100% agree with you. If the hotel says it's blocked, it's blocked. But who they let into that hotel, even if they were, say for example, they had some type of special invitation that they're able to get a room just to be in proximity. Those background checks guys, they're paying money. The United States government is paying a lot of money to these third-party contractors to do these goddamn background checks. For someone to be able to fucking say, oh, he went to this, he did that, there's an investigator that show up at your house. Am I right, Nat?
I mean,
If they show up, you know they can't even talk to me. They can't talk to me because this is with the upgrade on my clearance because my daughter was friends with someone in Bahrain.
Yeah, you don't get to use vetting, that's why, because you don't get to use vetting, so they do that. They'll pay you all the time on it. You know, it's something, Patty, that is interesting which agency is also doing this vetting. Because if it's DoD, then DCSA is giving a lot of these contracts over to CACI and other agencies, which is another problem because CACI also does other contracts, and so they're doing their own people investigations, which is also kind of dicey. But yeah, I mean, so that's been a problem that I've had for a long time. Is why is another contractor doing these DCSA contracts? And we can talk about that later.
I had to sit in my car and talk to an investigator because my daughter's best friend and they were still communicating through messages, mails, and still talking, and she's left. This was my last chat. They talked to me about how to run the family. What is my daughter's association? I was like, what the fuck does her family do? Her family doesn't do nothing. It's just they have investments in China. They have investments here. They have investments there. From my understanding, just being invested in a business in China, having partial ownership can ding you for fucking losing your clearance.
Yep, and you have to report that. Apparently, you have to study. It's pretty bad. I mean, some of these. If you go in debt, right? I had one guy on my team who went into debt to get a loan for I think $100,000 or something, and the secret immediately got paid, and it says you must provide supplemental information. He provided it, and then they stripped his clearance, had to remove him from the contract, and then suddenly 6 months later he's back on because they had a conversation and figured out that he wasn't compromised. Their feeling is that China and other nations will compromise you based upon money or whatever, and so you'll turn on the United States.
You're not acting like every doctor.
No, they're not all the same.
Yeah, you came from secret on up. Even with secret, TS will go 10 years. Regardless of the fact, even if you pass for a secret, more than likely you're going to get a TS.
Yeah.
So
The background check that they performed for this event yesterday, those were not the same. Are you saying that those are the same background checks they performed to get people to
Well, that's what I'm asking. I don't think they did it.
not for secret. You can pass the secret, you more than likely can pass the top secret.
Yeah, but Patty, what he's saying is invalid. Typically, they do what's called a T1, which is called a trustworthiness check.
Okay, I'm going to acronym is y'all be throwing out acronyms like people give a fuck. We don't give a fuck.
Well, then you ask the questions. Don't ask the question if you don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm saying he should explain it because when people start talking about XYZ, G24,
If you ask, then he's going to explain. He's telling you the level of clearances and what it is. So if you don't ask, then you just don't answer it, because he's asking a question that you don't like.
So the boy's brother called and said he's going to do X, Y, and Z.
Do we have the date that he called?
I got it. It's the man here. I got the story. He called New London, Connecticut.
He wasn't there to trend the story. I'm trying to someone other than you.
Okay, but he called the same day.
And telling the story. Get on it and then shut up so the guy can continue.
I don't know it. That's what I'm asking.
money.
It's CBS News. I was reading a line where guys were going back and forth. The brother said he literally called moments before. So as the guy decided to dart downstairs, he literally sent the manifesto to people. Like literally right before.
Oh, okay. That's what I was gonna say. The hurricane didn't want to hear it. So
They didn't matter. That's why.
And you know, I'm gonna put the link from CBS News that I read in the chat for everybody.
Yeah, so like we're saying that Ben is 100% right. The fucking it's a problem. It's a problem even within our own DOD. So I can stand next. Check this out. My daughter has been emailing. She's been going to school with this girl forever. Well, not forever. They went to school together for 2 years. They were best friends. My daughter even considered back to Bahrain to go to school at one time. So I can tell you this. It didn't pop up until I fucking had to redo my clearance, right before I was doing my clearance. And that was during that investigation. So even with the periodic checks that you're talking about, Keenan, they should have fucking did that. Because even with us, with TSs, and when you got a Yankee white, they're supposed to do periodics within that 5-year window. So they should have known that my daughter was friends with her. They fucking monitoring me like a fucking like when it comes to like how I move, when I fucking PCS from here to there, they call my goddamn elementary school teacher. I don't know why they didn't ask the question until it was almost time for me to renew my clearance.
Yeah, they play that game.
So, quick question. What was the group that he was a part of? Does anybody know about that group? You got it next out?
The radical Jackie being in the clubhouse.
No, what is the name of the group, Trent? So we can
let me. I want to make sure it's. I knew something that. No. I want to make sure I got it.
You can just tell me don't know.
He ran there.
But you don't know. Why not just say you don't know?
He said, I don't know, as if he was looking for it. He said you don't know right off the top of his head. He was trying to skip through. But yeah, I want to know what type of group that is. And then he just started, the gun range. That was another person.
I got the guns and when they were purchased. Same with this group. Where did I see that?
Something called Link. Okay.
Yeah. And then the guns. It's a left-leaning. They just said a left-leaning group. I can tell you the guns were purchased October 6, 2023. He purchased a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol from a store in Southern California. And then August 17th of 2025, he got a 12-gauge shotgun from Torrance. Both purchases passed the FBI background check, because of the background check sucked. and he bought them legally. They also, the only problem with this, they interviewed his sister in Rockville, Maryland, and some people have alleged, because she was connected to some media types, that she was the one who gave him insight to the dinner, but that's a very unconfirmed. One more thing, there is one weird thing. There is a Twitter account which tweeted the name Cole Allen in 2023. It is the only thing that this account, that Henry Martinez. It is the only thing that this account ever tweeted was that name, Cole Allen. The weird thing is Henry Martinez is linked to the same NASA jet propulsion department that Cole Allen was a intern for in 2014. And the icon within that Twitter feed is a Pepe the Frog icon, and it's wearing a tuxedo, very similar, just like all the people, but especially Trump was wearing that day. Same bow ties and everything. Just really.
Okay, thanks. That's a bit weird. So we know where his guns are. I guess I shouldn't ask about the leakers again. His sister lives on Rockville, so are they Marylanders or are they Californians? I know he lived in California. And then did his sister from Missouri? I don't know, just trying to keep the question going.
His sister and brother both came this way, just to different states.
Okay, so they were born in California?
From the article I read, that's what it appears.
Damn biracial. Yeah. It is kind of weird that they didn't kill him, though.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the minute you take a shot at one of these guys, they would have pumped. I feel they should have pumped him full of lead. Unless, I mean, the only thing I can think of.
And it would have been justified, K-Man.
Correct. And Patty, my view is when you look at the video and you look to the right, you kind of see all the agents pull out their weapon, and then suddenly it looks like they put away. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like they put away the weapon as if someone tackled the guy or something, and then they thought, okay, no need to shoot any further. The other thing that I think is maybe while trying to shoot this guy, it was actually an agent that ended up shooting the other agent, and it could be, and this guy didn't actually get a shot off. And I don't know. I mean,
Was it actually agents that got him, or was it because they have.
They say Secret Service agent shot him. That's
It's
what
fucking dumb. Because you know what? A lot of those Secret Service agents are fucking paramilitary, and they're supposed to be experts when you cannot become a Secret Service agent without being an expert. And those Secret Service agents are taught to shoot to kill.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, if this guy got a shot off on one of those agents, I mean, he would have been pumped full of lead, probably at least 5-6 bullets at a minimum, right? And so, what the hell happened? So I'm trying to understand that, and I hope that comes up.
How did you say
that?
How many people were in that room at the time? Because if the guests are there, I'm just asking a question because I'm not that expert, but don't you risk the chance of not only killing the person that you target, but also the other people in the room?
They were in the hallway. They were in the lobby. And from the looks of the camera, it was only the agent standing around. I didn't see many people. What Blitzer happened to be in the lobby at the time, he said he was tackled by an agent that jumped on top of him. I assume that they were trying to protect the other people, but there didn't seem to be that many.
Yeah, Sherry's right. When it comes to these guys, you got a lot of people, like even with my homegirl, she got freaking 16 years of fucking constantly shooting, right? I'm not talking about shooting enemy, I'm talking about practicing shooting. We fucking constantly practice. Like if you're not an expert in shooting by the year 10 and you're just something wrong with your eyesight, something's going on. So if you're a Secret Service agent, they have more discipline than just regular law enforcement. They should have more discipline at least. So you're right. It's maybe they took into consideration, I don't know, but they are taught to shoot to kill. Like if somebody pops off a fucking gunshot, then they're supposed to shoot center mass. We're taught center mass. If BWA was here, he'll tell you, like, we're not taught to shoot you in the arm, we're taught to shoot center mass. Every fucking range that you go to is center mass, whether you're using 9mm, M16, M4, with a 203, a goddamn saw, any weapon you use, we are taught to shoot center mass. We're not taught nothing less. And I think the service agents, a lot of them are taught the same. No, not a lot of them. That is their job, is to shoot center mass, especially in that type of situation. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I don't know what happened.
Now, I got a question. You said there was reporting or something, it was said that a Secret Service agent shot the other Secret Service agent. That's what happened? No. I was just speculating. I was saying, I was trying to understand how did this happen? Like, because if this guy shot at an agent, the agents would have, that's what Patty's saying too, the agents would have unloaded on the guy and he would have been filled with lead. So I said, maybe, I was just, theorizing, maybe they tackled him or something, or maybe trying to shoot the guy pulled out his gun and then some, wouldn't do it or whatever, and somebody ended up shooting and, accidentally hit the other. I don't know. I'm just figuring out, like, how the hell does this guy shoot someone and not get loaded up with, and die, basically.
When they were speculating on CNN last night, they said that a reason for him not getting shot immediately was because he might have bombs or AEDs, and that's why he was photographed naked, because they gotta strip you of your clothes to make sure you're not wearing a bomb. So that could be why they didn't immediately fill him with lead. But they also reported that the shooter was dead 5 minutes after it happened. So niggas was speculating and didn't know what was going on, period.
From around that corner. And by the time they could react, I think that other agents, I think the right there's a possibility that it was other agents that shot the agent. I don't even know if he got shot off. That one.
Or whatever his last name is, I don't know how to pronounce it. That guy should have never been. He came from being Donald Trump's lead agent to leading a $3.5 billion agency. I have never seen anyone do that switch from something like that to become an executive at the top echelon of an agency like that. But guess what? He spoke. If you heard him speak, he sounded like a manifesto that a man read in this room.
Let me read you a line quick, because she's not going to put up. Apparently, this was more from the manifesto. Allen mocked the quote, the same lack of security at the Washington Hilton when he arrived armed to the teeth without so much as a sideways glance. Quote, like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. Quote, he wrote. He added, like if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought it down. My deuce in here and no one would have noticed shit. Actually insane, he wrote, invoking a nickname for the that the vice president had people standing on top of a chapel that's hundreds of years old that when a bird lands on it, the roof feels like it's going to collapse. Yeah, Keanu also got a full background check yet next month.
That's what the Democrat senator from Florida said when he was talking to David Nash this morning. I'm not
Yeah, he's saying stuff.
I am not a journalist. That's what that man said.
You told me that there were snipers in my building.
I said hold space for the possibility that they were there. You can see.
Hold space for the possibility.
Don't go into my house, sir.
Hold space for the possibility that a man with the White House correspondence in a hotel had multiple guns, walked in with them, and no one checked him. Hold space for that. Hold space for the fact that this country is
staged. I think the whole thing is staged. So let me preface it by saying that I don't believe that it's a real assassination attempt.
Hold space for the fact that this country is ghetto. And every day we talk about logistical failures. Every day in here. And we have people running it, like Christy Nome, Cash App. Who was the guy that got impeached under Biden? This is horrible. What was that? My secretary, who should have been removed. I don't know why the president removed him. Mayorkas. These people are incompetent. We have to stop people. I speak myself. I have stopped assuming competence from Americans. People that get up every day and put a bowl of cereal in front of their kids full of enough sugar that can put a gorilla in a diabetic coma. These are incompetent people. But they did a full background check though on everybody. Locked it out on kayaks and he told me. Yeah.
I'm bothered. You can be in your panties if you want.
Yeah, you can be in your Ensure and your unicorn as well as your Tiger Bomb.
I am.
Enjoy your Tiger Bomb and press the heels.
Yeah, I am.
Wow, that y'all would think
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Nobody was disagreeing with you. We were just asking about those experiences like you do often.
I actually don't do anecdotal experience.
Oh, you do. You just
No, I don't.
You did. You just gave yours.
That
And then you
doesn't
got
mean
mad
often.
because somebody said you didn't have snipers on the
That
roof.
doesn't mean often. I don't do it often.
You'll be
I'm
fine.
surprised.
I'm not pushing it back against anything you said.
I'm surprised that you thought the government was competent.
I never said the government was competent.
You was talking about General Obama. You think he was competent with Obama?
I didn't say during Obama. I said when Obama visited, I have seen a heightened level of security precautions. That's not during his administration. That's every time I've seen him.
You just like to argue with us. It's cool.
I'm not arguing, man. You told me leave the possible. I'm telling you what's in the manifesto. The boys walked into the hotel where they were going to have the dinner with multiple guns. Where the president was going to be, where the vice president was going to be, where the cabinet was going to be, where the speaker of the house was going to be, where the press. Now we know somebody jumped off. Why the fuck did Woodley get protection? He's a regular devil. Woodley gets special protections too, right? So, but somehow I'm supposed to believe that the government is competent.
Well, you know that there's too many people involved in our government for everybody to be 100% competent. I don't think that's what their argument is about. I think they do know that there are people that are incompetent within government.
Well, it was also during the Obama era when someone jumped to the White House and made it to the front door. He even managed to take down a Secret Service agent while he was there. Do y'all remember that 2014 incident?
Yeah, I also remember the mother that was driving and she made a wrong turn and the Secret Service shot her in the head and killed her.
I put it in chat. Georgia RFK is not only this, he's not the CDC director. He's actually taking eighth in line for the presidency. That's what's going on.
Health and Human Services.
Well, that's why I ain't gonna go further along because that department came later, but he's on the actually in line for the presidency.
Like number 20. problems with the hiring process. And even though the process is just in place for like not only clearances, it's just anything. So like in acting, there's a failure within, I mean there's a, I don't know, you're gonna have failures.
First term, do y'all remember, that might just be compromised for me because of my background, that they decided they weren't gonna publish the list of the who visits the White House? Yeah. And then this administration, I think Dan was one of the ones that also called it out. Like they redefined what they consider media, and they call bloggers with media. That could be like regular, as long as they were sympathetic to the administration. Like, I mean, you know, the accounts of where they cut corners and what they do is countless. Like my argument was never that they were congressmen.
So you know what they do now when it comes to the hiring process? In the military, there's a series of questions that have to be asked, that are asked, and you have to answer it, and it has to do with loyalty. Keenan has a couple of contracts with government, he'll probably tell you the same. There's questions that are asked, it has to be sent digitally, and they ask you, are you using ChatGPT? You have to say yes or no. This shit is weird. It's not regular fucking questions. The first time that I heard these questions, the guy told me, hey, they asked me about, and this is why I get to, like, we were like, what the fuck is going on here? This is just the basic dropping your fucking application. Things like I have questions. I can't tell you what exactly the questions are. I mean, I know what the questions are, but it has to do with loyalty to the administration. This is a real thing going on right now.
Yeah, that's been a thing that we actually for a long time. It's not loyalty to the administration per se, it's loyalty to the military, it's loyalty to change.
I'm talking about the new, I'm talking about the ones that they're asking now, and then they actually ask you, you have to sign an affidavit saying that you didn't use ChatGPT.
Yeah, I know there's that DRP thing that came in, right? So a lot of people were forced out because of that, and they asked you that question before approving it, which was kind of stupid.
It's crazy, dumb. I really don't even know.
Did you lose a lot of people, by the way, for the DRP?
Yeah, we did. And that's why I'm working as an enlisted soldier as well as an officer.
Yeah, I wish they issued more contracts for the people that lost them. That's a different story.
You can come up, ML. ML, come up. ML had something in the chat about the hiring process. This is a mess. Y'all really don't know how bad it is. I wish y'all could see from our side. It's not secret, because any civilian can fucking go online, go to USA.gov. What is it? USAjobs.gov. That's the ones for the clearance. Yeah.
So I'm doing something, so let me there's no break. Yes, so I've been served as a couple of people's reference for them, and even the reference people, they ask you a whole bunch of questions about the people. Yeah, that is unlawful. They're asking me, do I know that they're politically active? Is there anything anti? But you look, I'm talking about positions that are like GS 14s and 15 positions. It was not even like SES positions. And they're asking, but one thing they have done is they've dumbed down the SES hiring process. It's a two-page resume. They've gotten rid of the ECQs and stuff like that. You don't have to.
Yeah, it's a two-page resume, bro. Y'all, it is a two-page resume.
So any idiot, and some of them don't even have degree requirements. A buddy of mine told me, man, those SES.
Most of them don't have degree requirements.
Yes. So he said they're making it sound. That's what I said. You guys realize that when people talk about the government. I mean, a lot of people that I work with were like my last job when I worked in government was MIT, all went to really good schools. And you can just see, it was really smart people who decided to make the government a career. And now they're saying that you get people from all walks of life, especially people who are just coming into the government, and they're not even remotely qualified. They don't know what they're doing, but they were hired. And some of those people are political appointees, so they'll all be gone by the time of their schedules. They'll be gone Schedule X, they'll be gone by the next administration, but still, they're hiring a lot of their friends and cronies. So the federal government is going to be just populated with a whole bunch of Trump lawyers somehow. So it's kind of scary. They're weeding out everybody, and they're actually pushing out a lot of people.
Well, I don't know. The only thing I'll say is that while they may be doing that for GS guys, man, they're shitting on the requirements for us contractors. Like, I'm looking at one right now. They're like, we want you to give us someone who's a PhD in electronics technology for US Navy shit. Like, what the fuck? How am I gonna find a PhD? So like, writing these emails saying like, PhDs are over the high.
Well, you're gonna get on me first.
They can't do that because they can't get it. Yeah. No, but I mean, so for contractors, I mean, they're really shitting on us. I mean, they're really putting like insane requirements on us, and I don't know. I mean,
Well, I heard they were going to read up a lot of the set-asides. So they're not honoring that.
Well, not exactly. So like, what they did was there's something called the Revolutionary Fire. I won't take a lot of time on this, but it's Patty's room. But there's something called the Revolutionary Fire, and basically. There used to be this thing where if you're in the AA program and you have a contract that's in that program, once AA, always AA. You can never get it out. That program's always going to be set aside for AA. So now they changed it, telling contracting officers, hey, use one of the other set-asides, SDVOSB or WOSB, or small business, and pull it out. So they're kind of discouraging the AA. And their claim is, which I heard this under the Biden administration, to be fair, and the Biden administration actually, I believe, went after them. I think you probably knew about this, Patty, but for the women-owned certification, there was a guy in Virginia who bid on a DHS contract, huge contract, and I knew the guy because I was supposed to get on his team, and basically changed his gender and was able to apply for the SBA certification and say it's in process, and the rule, the FAR at that time said, if you were in process of the certification, you could get awarded, then they could fast track. And he was able to get it just because he was able to get his driver's license to say woman. And I told him directly, you're not a woman. He said, prove it. I was like, well, I mean, you said, I know it because you're living as a man. Yeah, but I decided to be a woman. And it's like, okay. Well, so he ended up getting those guys. So I think their view is right or wrong. Their view is we're eliminating, fraud on that. Also, the AA program, that's, I gotta be honest, it's a great program, but there need to be more controls. There's people who are like making their wife, like, okay, filing taxes separately from their wife or whatever, then registering the business in her name, and she's under a certain asset threshold, but they're really multi-millionaires, but, and stuff like that.
Everybody cheats.
Oh, yeah, I know that. I know that. So there was always talk from the SBA under the last administration, like the Biden administration, regulating this. I think the way Trump did it is wrong with the Revolutionary Far, but they have been talking about doing this for a long time. The interesting thing is SCBOSB is being pushed like crazy. Seriously, so which is why I told Patty, as soon as you get out, you let me know, we'll register your business, and you and I getting together on everything. So, it's an important feature, and so I'm getting screwed because I'm just a small disadvantaged business. So
you're no longer AAA because you've been there for a while. You should have aged out.
Actually, I never got AA because my dad made too much money. Yeah, my dad made too much money.
His dad actually had contracts with the government before.
Oh, exactly. When you do the fly by yourself, well, no, you already make too much money, so you can't no longer do that. But the thing about it, like, people aged out, and there's also a money threshold. When you reach an asset threshold, you also fast track out of AA. But the thing about it is that, I know a lot of minority businesses have actually got their start as AA and actually going through actually really big businesses. So I know a lot of white guys who put their wives on as part of the ownership.
Hold on real quick. So we can talk about this separately. Y'all, Nav is a real person, and those stories are real. I know Nav. That's why sometimes when y'all attack him, I like chill. Okay? It may not sound like a real story, and you say you know him, no, you don't know him. I do.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, Nas is real. I mean,
He's real. He's not
for like years. Yeah.
He's real. His family is in the government. His father started in the 90s. He's real. He has a lot more money than everybody on this most of these people on this goddamn app, to be honest. He's talking about his small business. I don't know about his goddamn small business. But he has more money than probably most of us on this stage put together. I'm sorry, but I just had to say that because it's like people are saying that this, I know him and this story doesn't sound real. Yeah, y'all really don't know now. I know.
Thanks, buddy. And first lady started another room on talking about government comics. We should do another room to talk about that at some point. That'd be great.
Yeah, this is not something we can really talk about in here. Because it's not, they're not versed on 8A or.
Yeah, I'm not even reading that one.
Honestly, not to say more music, but she knows a lot about these goddamn contracts and stuff.
Yeah, and first lady, if we can get together, send me a message. I'd love to. We can talk later.
Okay.
Y'all seen that, that real, this girl on the next one, that movies and the guy got her like, popcorn and I thought this is what she said. Oh, he got money.
I ain't even got my money as cookie. You know what my mom bought me though? I'm gonna say that. You know what my mom bought me on? Her and my dad went to Europe, they bought never mind, I shouldn't bring it.
What your room is out?
No. The Louis Vuitton chocolate bag.
Oh, okay.
It's cute. It's not expensive.
Did you eat it?
No.
You keeping it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna, yeah.
But it's kind of, the handle's broken because of, I guess, hand on.
Yeah.
And I'm kidding.
Well, you got first lady all excited. You said Hermes and Louis Vuitton. First lady popped up. Yeah, that's me.
No. I just only want to dream.
Yeah, I would dream
Dream is hard. That's my next bag.
I would never buy Hermes. I would let somebody buy it for me. I can't buy it myself. All the others I can't get for myself. Thank you very much. But
So I came out one question before we go on to the contract. I don't know if that, but I just heard that the RFP and RFI process is different now. Is that true?
For B&B, it's kind of the same, but Lota passed this bill. You should look at it. It's called Simplified Language in Contracts.
Yeah, that's what I heard about it.
He keeps telling it. I mean, it's fucking shit. I told him like directly, like, dude, this is like shit. You're trying to raise money out of it. Like, you didn't really do a good job. But basically, they're trying to simplify it, saying like, okay, let's put in over clauses and stuff, and nobody's adhering to it. They're just adding like amendments and saying like, hey, we amended this one, so the main documents are smaller, but there's like 40 more amendments, so he didn't really do shit on it, but whatever.
So King, now for the sake of the room, because there are many of us who don't know these things, what's DOD?
Department of Defense, or now called Department of War.
Thank you.
But the legal name is still Department of Defense.
Well, actually,
Like all these acronyms, those of us who are not bureaucrats, we don't know this shit. Like,
We're acronym kings.
we don't know. We obviously speaking.
so Sorry,
Weird language. Let me tell you. It's hard sometimes when y'all be Z3 and B2 forward, BCTS and all that other shit. Like, I gotta break this shit down for us, because you don't be knowing.
But now that you ask that, I'm sure they'll be willing to do so.
Go ahead, Madam.
Well, I'm just saying,
I'll be honest with you, Hurricane, if you don't know about the B13 classified, okay, G14 classified, then you should have to, be more research. This is classified B613.
DOW is actually the real name. Like if you, I had this big lesson when I went to Mayport, Florida, and I sat down with the commander of the base and we were talking, and then I said, model the contracts to put in the alias DOW, and he just kept looking at me like the Constitution talks about Department of War, Department of Defense is an alias, and I said, oh, so what's it going to be?
you told me that?
That's what he told me. And I said, really?
Not true. That's not true.
I know, that's what he said. So I was like, okay. He's like, that's why we call that. And I was like, okay. He's like, the alias is DOD because defense is not listed in the Constitution, the word Department of Defense. And I'm like, okay, whatever, okay. And I'll just go where he wants there, so we pay me. So
It's the kind of explain to the science. There's no Department of War in the Constitution. You said that.
that's what the commander told me.
So this is what's going on, man, within our community, within the Department of Defense. You have some that's going to go by what they swore to, the oath that they took, and you have some that are on this, the name is Department of War, and they will come up with ridiculous, but with Kina, if it's about the money and he says, hey, I want the head of the state Department of War, it's going to say Department of War. I can tell you this, I don't know too many 4-stars that's going to go with, if it's illegal paperwork, they want to see the DOD on the top until Congress changes it.
I haven't, and I got one or two changes. I got 1 or 2 of my contracts in Mayport got changed to say.
No, the contracts will. And the reason why the contracts will is because how the president has his foot on X. But when we're doing like legal paperwork where we have to like send it to our damn TDS or even TDS is not Trump, it's branch in our Jaguar. But if we have to send it to TDS or even to JAG, we have to like, when we put together our package with our memorandum, we'll say Department of Defense. But yeah, it's gonna reflect whatever the command wants to be said based off of the administration. And one of those contracts, I'm gonna be honest, we haven't seen too many contracts where the people haven't used the word war. And that's to get influence, I guess.
It's also to get money. Because a lot of commands are like begging Hegseth and calling him every day, hey, give me money, and then we have these things to fund, and it's like, oh, so I'm sure they're calling saying, I'm calling from the Department of War, whatever, okay, yeah, sure, so I'm calling from DOD, forget that, I'm not taking your call. It's like,
But Hegseth does know that when we file it, it has to say DOD. And then, but you're right, I think it's a plan.
I'd like to be vouched for Brother King, but until Trent comes in here and acknowledges that this is one of his informants, I just can't trust his word. We know Trent's word around here.
Alright, so, any updates on this, guy? With the term lives? I mean, the charges didn't sound like they were that big, did they? Like, what the charges that they charged him with, could he be there for a long period of time?
He's gonna make some charges of that. He ain't coming out.
Not if he's
I would force him to kill me. If I'm that brave like that, I would have popped the pill in my mouth and pulled a fucking, I would have popped something in my mouth to die on. I'm not gonna do that. You gotta be crazy. He already sent out a manifesto. if that's his manifesting. But they would have had to shoot me dead, or I would have popped a pill in my mouth. As soon as y'all would have been undressing me, I would have popped an arsenic pill or some shit.
Patty, can you say stuff like that?
No, that's the truth though. I can say that. Why, if you're doing something that's stupid, go ahead and just die.
What facility, I'm sorry guys, I've been moving around, so I haven't had a chance to read, but I do have some questions. And peace to the space, happy Sunday. So how many weapons do you have? I just heard you had two weapons, is that right?
That's all that was in the report so far as how many you can purchase.
And in terms of layout, so he went past, are there layers that, like, how do you get this close? Yeah.
It was in the lobby.
But before the lobby, like, there's no outer, like,
No.
Okay.
I just had hours of going back and forth.
Okay, cool. So then I'll just do my homework on that. Okay, thank you. Peace to the
No
space
worries.
again.
Peace and blessings, brother. Good to see you. Glad you had a number. Amen. One more time.
Oh, Lord. And to the military people, the men that stormed the stage, right? Like, I saw clips of these guys walking through with the guns, right? Where people were sitting. And I'm from New York. They looked extremely amateur. Like, there was just something comical about the way these guys moved about. I don't know how to put my finger on it yet. But the ones that went on the stage to get the president, they had on equipment, right? So can anyone break down what that equipment was? It looked like a parachute. I know it wasn't. But, like, where did those guys come from, and what part of the military were they, and what they were wearing with all of that type of gear? Can anybody talk about the equipment that they were wearing when they went on stage? Because it seemed like they were like ready to jump out of an airplane. I'm no expert on these things, so can somebody just talk about that?
I gotta look at the picture again. Let me see if I can Google it.
Yeah, when they went over to the first they hex that guy, and then I don't know, it seems like he didn't know how to get out of a chair for some reason. That's another story. And then they moved towards the president who fell. I just realized that was him falling. Again, I'm seeing different clips. I'm gonna piece this shit together once I get settled later. But yeah, I was wondering who those paratrooper, like, I don't know what their uniforms were, but they had a lot of shit on. And just the way they.
You talking about the all black with the black rifles?
No, they had on green. They had on all green.
I
With
see.
the green. Yeah. Look, I'm gonna see if I can find the clip. But I was wondering if some military experts can tell us what they were wearing, or how they came from. That fast, wearing all of that. Somebody said they were stormtroopers. Okay, so stormtroopers were on the perimeter, and they came in. I thought Secret Service handled that kind of thing. I gotta see over Army. I like to look into things, but I haven't had a chance. I was just hoping I could get some quick answers as I sit here.
And also, Secret Service, that's still Secret Service, it's not military. I'm just trying to look up what they have. They're not military.
Mine said Ninja Turtles. Exactly. They look like Ninja Turtles. Very good, accurate description.
Where were at?
It's the clip where they go towards the president. They're wearing all green. They just got a lot of shit on, like canteens, backpacks, a lot of shit they have on. Let me go to CNN and IG.
And they was moving way way too slow. They got Vance up out of there, and then everybody was tripping over Trump. You got Melania going under the table. The shit, they look like they never did an emergency evacuation drill ever.
Yeah, you know what? The ones that were green is quote unquote like their own form of special forces.
Yeah, I believe it's staged, but I hope it was real. Only because we're already such a laughing stock. Like, that shit is fucking embarrassing. Having the president trip like 3 times trying to get out. That shit, it just looks so sloppy. I don't know what videos y'all watch. Y'all must got some.
And not to mention the person that was killed in the process.
Okay, nobody died. That was fake bullshit.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, what was jealous was they just wanted to be first and they were saying the wrong shit.
Someone said something.
Yeah, I don't know the video. Maybe I need to keep looking. I'm looking at the video.
No, I didn't see the stormtroopers.
Okay, I just posted the clips of the CNN clip that came from their page. I didn't get it, but it's from CNN. So I don't know, maybe I saw absolutely tipsy last night, but okay, I'll try to get another viewpoint. But the guy was, so he's like, I don't know what the hell was going on in the clip. You guys gotta understand, like, you know, you're in Carmine, you're chilling out, you look at
What's happening?
Well, I'm just sharing what my experience was when I first saw what was going down. That's all. So, I'm doing
And I saw 2 angles. I saw the one from like where everybody was sitting at the table, so like the stage is front and center. And then I saw one that was like from backstage from the side. And that camera person was way too calm. The camera wasn't moving, they wasn't running or nothing. They literally just honed in on JP. You see JP run, and then you see Trump fall on the other side. So how you ready with the cameras like?
I don't know. It's a correspondence center. I mean, those people, they are depressed. I don't know why they would be. Is there a restriction?
But wouldn't you be like nervous that there's an active shooter, and if you have your phone out, like
Some didn't know that it was an active shooter. Some thought,
that's true. It did say we had broken plates and stuff.
Trump said it himself. He was like, oh, I just thought, we could drop some plates or whatever. Because that's what I was saying at first. I said, oh, it's nothing, it's just plates. Because that's how they were making it sound. And then it was like, no, we actually have, there was a lot of accidents. And then Caitlin gets on there and shortly after was like, somebody is dead. The shooter is dead. I was like, huh?
Yeah, message like Henry.
Caitlin was supposed to get journalism. They look
I see it's about dinner. I was like, what are you talking about?
They see what happened.
You see what happened at dinner? I was like, what happened at your dinner? Like, did you send me a video and I missed your dinner?
So he was like, that dinner.
Read your question. Did you see what happened at dinner? I said, damn, should we have dinner together? What's somebody else?
was definitely having dinner. I looked up at the TV and I'm like, wait a minute, like the shit was just so unbelievable. Having a great evening. I looked up, I see what I thought was a naked man laying on the floor, but then when I got closer to the TV, I saw, I thought it was a white guy, and then now later examination, I thought it looks like he got a little kink in his hair, and it looks like a really like a black man. So it was just like,
Don't do that. That's a white.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's what I want to hear.
That's another Luigi Mangione. He got a Italian.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear.
That's a black man, y'all. That is a black man.
He looked extremely light. And I was,
Y'all need to stop getting the blackness.
I was disappointed, when I looked at it close. I'm like, wow, he looked like he could be from the DeBarge or one of them. Like, he just looked, oh, man.
Oh, you're right. They say Kamala ain't black. So I guess.
And you just ready to give everybody a black card. Stop it right now. I'll rebuke that.
Oh, he's black. Kamala's black. He's black. They black.
That's a Sicilian exception.
Yeah, while we're at it, some of y'all will actually be kicked out. How about that?
Starting with you.
I'm Nigerian. I'm original.
We talking about race.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian. I'm original. You can't kick me out if I kick you out.
No.
I'm black. I have African blood and I have Black American blood. I mean, there's some Asian in there. I'm black.
Well, my blood is red, so thank you, Rambo.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you. My blood's red too.
So, is this a distraction from the Iranian war? Or
That's what people are saying, but I don't even want to believe that, y'all. I know the motherfuckers say I think it's did nothing demonic. I really don't want to believe that. I don't.
No. I'm not saying that it was staged or anything. I'm just saying, like, are we now focused on this and going back to the Iran war? I think it's well, I'm not saying that.
I don't want to say that. But you know what, though? It could have been.
There was a lot of people saying that they weren't going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Because of the Don Lemon and Georgia Ford situation too, because they actively have cases against them for just being journalists. So there was a lot of pushback. A lot of people saying like, we shouldn't even go. We shouldn't even support this. How are we going to go to the Correspondents' Dinner when we have a president who's actively going against the press every day? So there was a lot of people saying that they wasn't tuning in. They weren't going to watch it. Nobody gave a fuck. And then a state shooting happens and then everybody tunes in. I wasn't watching it. I was here on Clubhouse listening to y'all. And then First Lady was like, what happened?
Nah, I ain't watching that. When Lady hit me up, I'll be watching that. I ain't gonna front. I watched the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but I think it's
If I was home, I definitely would have been watching it. Absolutely. Because he made, I remember him saying, you gotta watch, it's gonna be really big. And I remember a big deal being made off the fact that he was going to actually participate this year, despite his bad experiences in the past when he was roasted a certain way. So that's why I wanted to look at it. And the illusionist or mentalist, whatever they call it.
I'm going to the mission. Joey voted in the check on it. That's how I found out. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, did he perform? Did the mentalist or the illusionist, did he perform? They didn't get that before.
yeah.
I wonder how they convinced that actor on the roof for that assassination attempt. I was in Canada when that happened. I'll never forget that. But I wonder how they can. Man, I'm so curious. I wish I was a freaking investigator from Florida, man.
Did I say the mentalist?
What did they call it? Entertainment? Was he a mental? Like, what did they call him?
But first of all, you might be right because he inspired the show.
Right, but the guy goes and gets what people are thinking, right? I don't know what that's called. I thought it was a mentalist or something. I know they describe him as a magician, but when I saw, what is his name? Let me think of it. Yeah, you guess shit that we thinking and writes it but I think it was Snoop or somebody, and he actually crossed out the first thing they were gonna say, and then he put what they actually said. So the people seemed genuinely surprised by his ability to do that. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I was going on. It's also weird because apparently he was delivering a note to, apparently backstage or something with Carolyn Levitt where he was trying to guess her kid's name or something, and then he came on stage and shared it, and then that's the exact moment when they came over and said, you know, hey, there's a shooter or whatever, and he was like, I was like, wow, that's weird.
So he didn't predict this. He didn't anticipate someone. That's like we didn't get the energy that this shit was gonna happen.
Did y'all take picture of Cash Utah in the back? Something just hit. No, boy, that's a fun good guy.
Knees and commit fellatio. Like, what was that about? This shit was crazy. Yeah, you said you wanted to drink some more.
And Mama Barbara come out. They're high.
Do y'all remember Bronstell? Wasted talent. He wasted talent.
Mr. I'm not an alcoholic when I'm at work. It's wild. Like I listen to this dude. It's like you deny. That's insane.
I don't know about alcohol, but I'll probably turn it. I'm fucking screaming. Yesterday, I don't know. I can't stand Cash Patel at this point, but did you hear when the president, when he talks about how the president protects the country? He's the great, like, bro, I've never heard somebody, like, it's like they put together, this shit is weird.
It's gangster shit. That's.
Yeah. If he has a rise up and fucking leave the hand. Like, they can't even find the whole body of the fucking journalist. Like, they don't even do this shit for MBS.
I think Trump behind closed doors be such the fuck out of it. I think behind closed doors he just sums the fuck out of it. But we see this kind of blind loyalty, and I've said this before. I think this administration is run like an organized crime syndicate where loyalty is valued, and he's used terms like "don't rat" and things of that nature. And I think when you deal with these guys, these particular group of men, like they would just like to be around somebody that would just like bully the fuck out of them. He just does that when they fold. It's the weirdest thing. I can't. Like, how does a man cower to another man like that? Like, that shit is just wild.
I said that too. I said his job gotta be hurting after all of that big slurp that he was doing last night. I cannot with Cash Patel. He really needs to go somewhere. He really needs to just fall over, go on another vendor, and just fall.
I get nauseous when I'm there.
Some people, and I don't know, it's one of those things, you got a boss, the boss is a little, out there, and I think they feel like they need to protect him. I think you had a young man earlier this week. He came in and he was like, the more you talk about him, the more I love him. Like, I think these people are at that point where they feel as though they need to protect him at all costs. It comes across as they believe in, like, whatever you guys call them. But to them, it's just them thinking that they are being loyalists to him. So, yeah.
They want to I'm saying, but I don't want to play any video.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can play. If you say click this link, that shit be that shit take me back. Boy, buddy man. Where's she at? Did she come up?
And one more thing, that was Carolyn Levitt being interviewed before the dinner started. I agree with that because everybody knows that dinner is a roast. So it would be shots fired. It's an opportunity for them to go back and forth. So I don't know if that's the smoking gun.
Why are we using that type of language? Why are we using that type of language if in the past 2 assassination attempts? And then we know Erica Kirk, a widow of somebody who was just shots fired is going to be using that type of language as American government. And like, it shouldn't have been said, period. And now it's giving fodder to the people like me who assume that this is.
So I'm not gonna dismiss y'all concerns or y'all theories and whatever, right? The only thing, I ain't late, but I tell you this, I can think somebody's demonic, but to me this demonic, that's a whole nother problem. And if you're staging this type of shit and putting other people's lives in danger, there's no place for you even in hell. So I just want to believe that this was an intent. I want to believe.
Well, Patty, if y'all thought that clip was good enough, maybe you might have heard this one from Fox News. When someone started saying something along those lines, and Fox News just cut it off immediately. If you haven't heard it, I can play.
house, and he was on one of our couch, he was sitting right next to me, and right when it first started, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I'm so proud of you, great job. You need to be very safe. And he was very serious when he said that to me. He kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some.
They cut off that before.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there, and this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this while we had a moment. I was just reading.
Yep. That person that would track.
Yesterday, when they were interviewing reporters that were on site, they were all saying that the connections was tough because I guess they do some kind of blockage, I guess, of the service signal inside the building. That makes sense.
See it in the whole.
Yes, it makes sense that they do. D. Meyer has satellite phone, but to be honest with you, it makes sense because if something occurred, a lot of times within the government, they do try to cut off signal so that they can get an proper assessment before people go into family.
If they don't do some kind of search for weaponry in a way that they don't, they're at the White House dinner, and they don't have a process and protocol to make sure that no one has weapons, or do they? It's just a question.
Another can of worms and stars and gingerly clubs and big heads.
And it doesn't really deserve really a response there, but some thought, it's too many things lining up for this to be real. We gotta stop this stuff.
We gotta stop saying things harmful. Because then when we stop this, it's very clear. Some of the wackadoos that said COVID was real on the other side. Butler was a real event. A person died. Trump was nearly killed. If he doesn't turn his head, he's not president. And the assailant in that
His fine, right?
Yeah, I get it. But there was a man who died from a real bullet, and they say this book can either Trump or Biden. So don't speak up this is someone we want to put up as
Whatever you're saying, neither.
I'm on the board here. I'll come in there real quick. Unfortunately, all three of these. Okay. Unfortunately, all three of these events are likely real. You've got a president that is insanely unpopular, who people do believe, and who has done things that are far outside the norm, and they believe he is breaking the Constitution. The hatred of this president in polling is off the charts. It's not just disapproval, it's vehement despising of the new. It's not without the stretch of the imagination. All presidents are wrong, but it is not without the stretch of the imagination that this is taking place when we have the level of vitriol that we have in a lot of spaces.
Trent, I didn't like Bush, right? I wrote extensively about both Bushes actually. This term that you use, hate. What if we just switch that out and just say a lot of people are dissatisfied with his performance his character. Maybe human beings are just maybe they're just dissatisfied with him and who he's shown us to be. His decision making, his self-grandizing, his malignant narcissistic tendency. Like, so, you guys always try to use this word hate to simplify that human beings are reacting to another human being. Hold on, let me finish. Just because they hate. Don't you think that, and this is on both sides of the aisle, right? Citizens-wise, not politician-wise. People are just dissatisfied and disappointed with him and see him as a bad guy for this role, bad person. Did that ever occur to you?
When you say you guys, it sounds stupid because I'm not on either side. The president did. Yeah, well, the president is on a desperate from malignant narcissism. I've seen it before. And so that is why, yeah, you're probably listening to me while I go over this. I'm gonna have to wait till I get closer to Corpus Christi. But the president, to your point, is a malignant narcissist, and his disapproval is off the charts, and it's earned. And there was an attempt on Bush's life, as well as second Bush. There was an assassination attempt on his life. So it's not like it's just the world we live in, and I think it's, especially to the family in Butler, I think it's terrible to say that was fake when they lost their father and their husband.
Well, we didn't say it was fake. It was not people that asked the question how real it was. It was a former MAGA congresswoman who started amplifying the fact that Butler could have been a fake thing. Yeah.
Colluded with them, hired somebody to stage this event, and the person that died for real was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's sad to say. But yeah, that man that protected his daughter's wife or whatever and was killed, it comes with the territory of going to one of the MAGA rallies. And
who was supposed to be the lead agent protecting the president. What he got out of it wasn't a promotion to maybe go ahead of a division. He ended up taking over the entire agency with no prior experience at the executive level.
he was there last night. They're saying the same Secret Service agent that was right next to Trump in a photo with his fifth stuff was also there last night. What a big deal.
Right. He's the director. He should be there. That's not much of a big deal. All I'm saying is the fact that, he jumped from, it's like, let me use an example. You promote some random individual from the store clerk to take over all of Walmart. That's literally what you're starting. Or maybe a lead supervisor, actually. And you take them from supervisor, rather than go put them in some kind of management of maybe a division or something like that. You say, as a matter of fact, you're going to need the entire corporation altogether. Now, I get it. It's not a company who does things differently compared to other leaders and all that, right? But if I were a normal human being, I'd question that.
So, one thing that's just to get out of conspiracy land for a second. One thing that's odd to me is that there are countless attempts to arrest surveillance of people who want to do harm to high-ranking public officials, from the president down to cabinet members to Congress leaders, right? My question becomes, why are these getting so close in such a ghetto way? pay back and own the libs. This seems to be the kinds of outcomes going to be. It's just very bizarre to me how the guy in Butler gets promoted to the head of the Secret Service. It's very strange. I mean,
Maybe landed too deep from the President Bush. I mean, like it's not.
I didn't hear what he said. What landed 2 feet from President Bush?
A lot for me. Landed 2 feet from President Bush. It was a foreign trip. But I don't think that these.
So the foreign trip. So that'll be different.
Yeah, it is a little different. But I don't think that these are packed up in ghetto. I think they've actually been companies that have been well thought out.
You think everybody looking like ghetto? Like, God damn it, bro.
Yeah, right. Well thought out. So check this out, right? So I've done quite a few events in my life.
Come on.
Hold on. When we do, chill out. When we do events, one of the things we talk about is security, layout, this, that, and the third. Like, it's a simple conversation. We don't have any high value targets or anything like that. But you generally look at a plan, a full plan, and you talk about the logistics. You have these basic fucking conversations. How does it even get this fucking close? There should be perimeters and layers there for him to get this close to be in this proximity. It's odd to me, and it's just extremely odd with all of the resources around and the history and how many people don't like this man. Something just doesn't make sense. Something doesn't make sense.
Got attacked and all stuff came close to him. He didn't take the lead. No, hold on. He didn't. I know. What I was trying to say is he didn't promote the guy that was his lead agent there to take over for the agency. When someone came close to the White House during the Obama era, Obama didn't take whoever was the lead agent at the time and promoted them. So yes, it's very weird. I have never seen this happen anywhere. Well, I'm lying actually. I've seen it happen in Africa where a fake coup happened. Then the president decided to make a buddy of his the head of the army or the head of the defense.
I didn't get that close, in my opinion. The one on the golf was just both the Butler and the golf course with David Ryan. This guy didn't get that close.
He wasn't after Trump. You forgot that part?
It's pretty clear he's got it. Since he's never had a fraud.
Not the one that I heard Matt read. It said that he was after the administration portion of it. The other people, not Trump, and not Patel. Go ahead, Matt.
And whatever it says, I'm driving, I can't read it. But it is blatantly towards, yes, the entire administration, but blatantly towards Trump, yeah.
Well, I asked last night, where's Anthony Fauci? Huh? I was wondering why you asked that question. You asked and you never said anything and it just disappeared. Clearly Anthony Fauci is doing all this. I mean, look, people say that conspiracy theories on the left are dumb, but we've been living with right-wing conspiracy theories for decades now. This can't be. So this is the logic I love from people who are against the conspiracy theories. So this has to be real, but 9/11 definitely could have been fake. all over the place. We're gonna go with not all we want to say, brother. You want to play a mixtape? Yeah, you play in the hallway, brother. Unlimited audience in the hallway. You just scroll up and down, play your mixtape here, brother. It's really that simple. But if you're a conspiracy theory dabbler, like maybe y'all dabble in butt play, you have to let other people dabble. You can't just dabble and dibble and dabble when nobody's looking and have your woman put her finger in your butt and then act like you're the straightest man on earth. When 2 hours ago, you was hitting a missionary and she had 2 fingers in your butt. You gotta let people put fingers in their butt.
Hey, you're a nasty man.
I'm not nasty. No, it's not. It's the same principle. I use these metaphors on purpose because that's the only way dumb people understand things, through anecdote and metaphor.
Okay, that's it.
And you all are dumb. I'm almost done. And you all are dumb. And so you can't act like, you can't act like, oh, well, the vaccine, y'all remember the vaccine conspiracy theories with 5G and your phone? And the COVID conspiracy theories? Or the Trump election conspiracy theories? You can't be an election conspiracy theorist and say there was bamboo. This is my favorite one. There was bamboo on some of the ballots, and so therefore it came from China. And then when something else happens on the other side, you have to delete everything. If people want some fingers in their butt, you got them in yours. So you're allowed to have fingers in your butt, not be gay. So it's trend. That's why I have to use the metaphors, because you people don't learn otherwise. You don't read. Now we go around and say the last book anybody here read, from cover to cover, and maybe about 5 of us in your good answer. Your brains aren't sharp. Many of you couldn't get through high school now if you tried. If you took your current intellectual standing and started in 9th grade, and all things being equal, many of you would have to be held back for at least a year. It's very true. A couple of years. So that's why I have to use those metaphors, because that's the only way dumb people can understand anecdote. Are the only way dumb people like you all will understand that. So I'll let you. If you can have your woman put her finger in your butt with the long clawed nails, she's scratching all on the walls of your butt with the nails, the nasty nails like that, and you're not gay, then Trent can do the same thing. It's really that simple. I'm done. I bet y'all understand. Wow. Hey, Roger, boo. Look what you came in there. Yeah. Man, I got a question though.
So only one that I'm on that I feel like, hey, this is real. But most conspiracies aren't grounded when you vet them out. Like, I'm not saying that it's not a possibility that any of these things, and especially when you put it past the Trump administration, but the actors in these situations don't seem to go along with conspiracy. Except this one. This one, I'll give it to you. Not the guy, I mean, he's like, if you were to put up somebody and try to frame somebody, this would be the guy, especially the manner in which you happen. But the other two, nah, those are in the ranks.
Okay, I got a question. Dan, did you say there was bamboo? There was a conspiracy about bamboo being in the gun box? I just want to know.
Hold on. I put in the chat.
Clearly, I'm not up to date with conspiracies. I used to think I did.
They got the light on the video cameras in Atlanta and Fulton County. There's a whole bunch of conspiracy people because they've never been around elections. And to Dan's point, because we have an uneducated populace who doesn't understand how things work. Anytime we say anything complicated, they come up with their conspiracy. Like not understanding how many thousands of pounds of
You're on the right. You're allowed that. Shall we forget QAnon? You had people who believed that Donald Trump was going to pick JFK Jr. as his vice president and showed up at a location thinking he was going to come.
And the first thing that came on board was Arizona Republicans, harmful family who makes China Valley. That's so funny. Oh my God. America.
They were in Dallas, in Daily Plaza, waiting on JFK Jr. to show up. True fucking story.
That he got, 20 years ago? He was killed in that plane crash, 15, 20 years ago. So again, I'm not with the conspiracy theories, but we gotta allow people, y'all on the right gotta allow people to have them on the left, and then you leftists gotta allow people on the right. A large portion of being a MAGA person is it's all conspiratorial. It's a lot of it's conspiratorial. Ash Patel said the director of the FBI has full control over the Epstein client list. He's now the director of the FBI and hasn't released the client list. Alex Jones, y'all listen to Alex Jones, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, etc., etc. If people have Randy said earlier in the podcast, Randy said it's odd people think this is staged. How would this be odd? We're in America. Many of y'all believe a man walked on water. How's it odd? How could this be odd? We have Christians and Jews, Muslims. Muslims believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, split the moon in half.
Don't forget Tupac and Biggie.
Many of y'all believe that Moses split the Red Sea. Moses didn't even exist. And some of y'all believe that. So how come they believe this? I love it. This can't be real. But Moses split a sea in half with a staff that he threw down that was really his brothers, and a bunch of men swallowed up his enchantment.
Amen.
Over 2,000 years.
And the earth, and many didn't believe that happened, right? The earth is 6,000 years old. Some of y'all got gas in your car that wouldn't be there for 6,000 years ago. There you go.
By the way, I have, so from yesterday's press conference that I was telling you guys about, I have a portion, I forwarded it to that, where the Secret Service director speaks. Just listen to this man and tell me if he is dead or not, and how weird this is. The FBI currently has our working. Thank you. My name is Sean Carter, Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men want to do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual when he charged a checkpoint was apprehended. This shows that a multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites.
This is a type of life insurance most people over here have never heard of, and it pays you quite.
Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the president reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved. And I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
That's literally awesome.
Now, how does that engender confidence in anybody that these so-called principles, to use the language of business school, that these quote-unquote principles in his quote-unquote portfolio will be safe, let alone the country? These are the people that, again, this is what I was talking about, Sean. Just for political payback, these are the people he put in control. You read what you said?
Hey Dan, pardon me. I have a read as far as I did some research on the layout of the here's the layout. So the venue was organized. Okay, so the layout was it was organized in several distinct zones to manage the high-profile attendance of President Trump and other administration officials. So you have the main ballroom, which contained over 250 circular tables, each seating about 10 guests. Okay. The head table, where the first lady is, this area featured hidden armored plates under the president's seat and a dedicated buffer zone to separate him from other attendees. The ballroom was located one floor below the lobby, guys. That means when you come in, you gotta go downstairs, and it's accessed by a staircase and escalators. This foyer served as the final security checkpoint where the where the metal detectors are stationed. And then you have an outer perimeter. Guests show their tickets to enter the grounds. Then you have an inner perimeter. Attendees pass through metal detectors before descending to the ballroom. And the hotel features a secure garage for the presidential motorcade. So they're saying that this guy, Cole Thomas Allen, he reached a checkpoint near the entrance at approximately 8:34 while officers were beginning to disable some metal detectors. So again, so you gotta go downstairs, you gotta make your way through per what I'm reading, the information is going. So again, how did this guy get this close with these different layers? And the fact is, how was he planning on escaping? Was he gonna run back up the step? It's just odd to me, and I wanted to get a layout of the facility. And hopefully later when I'm stationary, I can look at it visually, but that's the read that I have. I like it.
That's the read I had. Oh, yeah, crack me up. Oh, Lord, look at that.
Didn't you say that they had started shutting down some of the metal detectors?
Yes, that's correct. They started disassemblance the metal detectors, yes. And it seems like he came in at that point and just wilded out, pulled out the gun, shot, whatever the case may be. Yeah.
What? At this point, I'm over it. Y'all carry on with the conversation. I just say, I don't know. Stupid shit.
Yeah, at this point, Jamal right on top.
John, I think it was, that's what I think. And I think
That's not what we break it down.
can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me? I think it was an inside job, simple and plain. I think they're gonna end up killing his ass before it's all over. And it was an inside job. That's the fourth attempt, I think. They're gonna get him.
Well, no, the fourth attempt that we know, the other thing you have to keep in mind, they probably foiled dozens, if not scores of these a year before it even gets to this point. So this is the one whereby, it reaches the media, or we talk about, or we saw in person, but they arrest these people all the time. That score sounds like a lot. Maybe it's dozens a year, but it's a lot. There's a lot of threats on. But yeah, that's what some people saying, Tony Paul, if you will.
Omar talking stuff in the chat again. Come on the stage. Why are you scared? He ended the call. Exactly. What does that mean?
I don't even know what he's talking about. Both sides are being shot.
This is bad and Harry Kane's justification. I see a lot of black law enforcement. Did you even say anything about black law enforcement?
I know nobody's talking justification.
Why you just be putting stuff on?
I'll tell you what it is.
You smoking that dope.
What a combo is. When Mel said we have nothing, we have no idea how to have a conversation. And I just don't think what a combo is. That's right.
No idea.
My bad. That spell check got me. I meant to say jurisdiction. That's what I meant to say. The spell check got me. Not justification. Yeah.
Now I'm saying like that's your area, you and Hurricane. Y'all, Prince George County, Baltimore got, Maryland got, so it's supposed to be county.
Yeah, you block for life.
I'm not from there. I'm not a local. I'm not a
The
local.
Secret Service had to watch.
Yeah, but you see, like, it was local. Yeah, I see a lot of like local. I mean, the video, I say, yeah.
The Secret Service got to watch.
That's a fact.
I don't know. That picture of mine, the way they was running out of there. Did y'all see the picture of Mike Johnson?
No, I had seen Mike.
It was giving shit to January 6th. No, we're also supposed to believe that January 6th was fake. See, the right wingers are allowed to have all their stuff as fake. But now the Illuminati can't have theirs. We live in a conspiracy theory world. Only thing we know now is the rent. That bitch is high as a motherfucker.
They said ain't nothing going on but the rent.
I still, in this economy, I still don't understand why people are renting. Y'all got it. It's bizarre to me.
Don't tell them not to buy homes. That's right.
That's right. Pay him rent instead.
I seen them yanking JD Vance on the shoulders. He was like, what's going on?
Jenny Vance said to himself, God damn, he said, God damn, I was safer in Pakistan with the Iranians tonight. That's crazy, yo. This country is a shithole. I don't care where you fall.
It's crazy.
Motherfucking spectrum. I said this country, Donald Trump called Nigeria and all you Africans a shithole, you got upset. And I never got upset, because this place is a shithole. I was in an airport, I was in a terminal in National. And I forgot where I was flying to. It wasn't Cleveland. I had to cut that person off. I was flying somewhere. I looked up every time I'm in this terminal. I look up. On my mom, on my hood, my girl looks fly, my girl looks good. I swear I'm telling the truth. I looked up, I swear I saw asbestos all over the roof. In a major airport in the nation's capital of the richest country in the world. You would think that the airports in Washington, D.C. will make the airports in Amsterdam or Brussels look like the projects. I swear there was asbestos in the corner. There was lines all over the place. It was nasty and it was dirty.
That's looking airport, man. Airport that you've been to.
The best one?
Hell yeah, they got some amazing airports. Motherfuckers, y'all ain't been outside. Like, what's the best airport you
I've only been to 3 continents.
Istanbul.
I haven't been to Asia or Turkey or anything like that, but I know those are nicer. But I'm just saying, like, this place is a shithole. And you go to Washington, D.C., and you're in an airport, you need to go get checked for mesothelioma in 4 years. That's how bad the place is. We got all this money, airports look like that. Bridges falling down. I was driving somewhere the other day on a major road. I drove in the parking lot with 4 tires, left out with 3. That pothole literally took my whole tire off my motherfucking car in America. Eisenhower built the highway system for national security purposes. I had a school brother mail this the other day. I should go read the act. Why? For runways and landing and supplies wherever invaded. So actually, the federal highway system was the magic not only to get you around to your little jobs that pay you $56,000 a year, or some of y'all, we found out today somebody paid you $300,000 a year, $800, however much you make. But also for national security, we're going to lose that war because American planes are going to hit a fucking pothole and not be able to lift off. This place is the ghetto. America He didn't know if he, let me keep it that way. God bless you all.
Oh no, you can't tease us and then stop. What the fuck?
I'm done. I've done that before, because if I keep going, somebody will get pregnant. I'm done.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him.
Did y'all see the boy's haircut last night?
I did. Look, bro.
Did you see the boy's face last night?
I'm gonna get something to do in the same neighborhood with mix it up.
He looks like he grew up in the village. This place is ghetto. It is ghetto. This is not the top of the line. It's ghetto. Ghetto.
Actually hesitant to report his name. Like where April said that he was teacher of the year. So I was looking at that dude on the ground, I was like, ain't no way that's nobody going to Caltech.
I refuse to believe that boy who wrote that manifesto went to Caltech. He might have gone to Caltech in order to get a coffee there. I don't believe that boy graduated from no other Caltech.
It's on his LinkedIn, which of course is not necessarily verified. It says he has a mechanical engineering degree. And he was on their graduation, like, whatever, the publication that goes on, y'all see that graduation. I'm kind of believe it, though. I can kind of believe it. My daughter talks about, like, I told y'all originally she was her degree was, she wanted to go to school for journalism. I was like, how the fuck she wanted to go to school for journalism? Because she was, like, perfect in math and science. And it ended up going back to engineering. But she even thinks, I know, she talks about people that are invested in math and words together. And she goes to really good schools. She goes like, I'm studying here. What the fuck? I'm like, yo, just chill. Yeah, like, I believe it. I believe it. I mean, it's right. I don't know.
Yeah, man, a lot of engineers, they're not great orders like you, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I read it too. It was fourth grade this year.
I mean, if you get to Caltech, you still have to get above 300 on the verbal portion of the SAT. I mean, they usually, breaking news, we live in Caltech, normally have like 1,600. That was on the verbal section, they got perfect.
But you'd be surprised, man. Engineering students, they're a little different. I won't say this, man.
I'm just surprised. These are top universities. I've never interacted with them. One mic on you.
No, man.
I know people say that, it's going to go either.
No, man. You've been reading, at the age of 7, you were reading Fran Fanon books.
You know my favorite book when I was 7 was probably Gulliver's Travels, Oliver Twist, 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and probably, I used to love those. But no, I mean, you could have gone to Caltech. The point I'm just trying to make is that the country is ghetto. Hey, Frank, we have to come to terms with that.
And I agree 100%. I was actually man, if a child is 7 years old reading Fran Fanon's books, do you think that's child abuse?
Yes, I think his parents should be arrested.
I'm with you on that.
My nephew's my favorite book too. I was thinking of I think I have a question actually. Is that the 3 days and drones, is that like a state policy or federal policy? Who is responsible?
For what? The kids are asking about bridges, infrastructure basically. One second. state roads, federal roads, sometimes it's cost sharing. A lot of times the states will get money from the feds. Some states do tolls, so they use their tolls to pay for roads. Sometimes they use money. I believe some states use it from the lottery. It's really a mess. Buildings are a mess. It's a mess. This country is ghetto.
So far,
And so I'm not surprised that the president's security's ghetto. I'm sorry,
ask you, would you go so far as to say, I know I would, that this administration is ghetto?
I think every administration has been ghetto, except Obama's first term was largely not ghetto. Bush's was ghetto. Well, they were just gangster. So I would say since Obama's second administration was ghetto, although he had Arne Duncan in the first term, he's one of the worst cabinet ministers.
Well,
I got another education department, so it didn't matter.
I got you another one. Remember?
I have a bunch of them, but yeah.
You remember he paid Mike Flynn?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a mess. It's insane. But, yeah, I think this administration is a little trailer park.
Yes.
They're a little, I don't know if I would call it ghetto. They're a little trailer parkish.
That's the better, yeah.
It's bad. It's bad. I mean, people throw, I think that line from Coming to America, people throw shit on the street. It's bad, yo.
I think, at least for someone like me, I'm not even just looking at the infrastructure problems we have across the country. It's just the level of discourse. If I'm engaging, yes, I spend a lot of time on Clubhouse, but on a day-to-day basis, I actually meet real people and now, just start conversation on issues and stuff like that. And what I've come to realize is whatever it is I was led to believe before I took that fateful journey to this strange land was some bullshit. There's a lot of dummies in this country. I'm not gonna say this. I'm gonna be nice. Thank you.
Hey, Ben, they say, you know how you can tell you live in a great country, man? Hey, if you talk shit about it 24/7, right? And you never leave. That's how you know you got a great country.
Yeah, except I hope that wasn't like an reason.
That's what, if you listen to people, that's what they say. That's how you live in a great country.
You just like, ooh. You laid that up.
Prison to be that shit out.
They say familiarity breeds contempt. I believe that in many cases.
They almost sounded like a Omar quote, but then
I'll just say this. As much as I complain about the infrastructure of this country, I ain't seen that much better abroad. There's
This is what it's because you've gone somewhere for people.
That's fine. I was going to mention some places. China has a great
What countries have you been to?
Thanks. I haven't been in any countries. I only get to see pictures. But what I was going to say is, China has a great
You think you're flexing or something? The moment someone ends up on some shitty ass cruise line to a neighboring country, all of a sudden, boom, I know everything about this country. That's all it is. That's why I ask you for a specific country and you name Mexico.
But Lord, to be fair, you can say that about any people in the world, though. Most people don't leave their country, Lord. So that ain't not fair, man. That's not fair. That's true.
The only reason, the only number I know that don't travel that much is probably because, number one, if they're poor or not capable due to visa restrictions around the world. That's just what it is. There are people out there that actually want to get out of wherever the hell they are in.
So, I had my interpretation of ghetto, but if you're there, what exactly did you mean by
Yes,
ghetto?
right. So for me, what I mean is some an entity that has the ability and the resources to improve itself, recognizes the problem, and decides not to. Let me give you an example. Many of you have been with men in 2026 who know their bums, lazy, have the wherewithal to get up, shower, get a job, educate themselves, and refuse to do it. I'm just gonna go on Amazon and do some import export. I gotta hook up with Shui Shrine. That's ghetto. The United States knows it's behind. The United States clearly has the resources, both at the individual level, the communal level, the state level, and the federal level, and refuses to do it. The care system is ghetto. We have people arguing over subsidies for an Obamacare plan, saying we couldn't afford it, but now we bombing the shit out of Iran. We can afford that now. We couldn't afford that, but the president just asked for $1.5 trillion. Looks like they want to give it to him. Isn't that something? That's ghetto to me. You look around at your surroundings. Oh, we can improve that. We can improve that. I'm gonna play PS5 instead. That's ghetto. It's weird. That's why I have the philosophical question when people talk about America's great. This, I believe, is new. You know, one of Sherry Biden, aka Sherry Maples, aka the idea that one of her favorite lines is, "That's not new. We've had that." One thing I think it is new in the American project is this ghettoness. Looking around, seeing you have issues, and you can fix it, and refuse not to for whatever reason. That I think is new. So the question goes for me: where do we see American greatness manifesting? I see it in some elites technologically. You know, people don't say, "Oh, you know, we're developing all this stuff in computer science for 8-9 us developing it." Americans love to take credit for what 100 people in a 5-mile radius of San Francisco did. You remember that? Why America getting credit for an Indian boy that came from Delhi, that went to IIT, and created the phone that we're on, for example. But Americans took credit for it. I don't see it. I don't see it.
And then America bashes San Francisco at the same time.
Ghetto. It's ghetto. I don't see it nowhere. People say, where's the American greatness? It's certainly not in our political culture. It's not in how we treat each other. Let me give you guys an experiment, because I always do this. You know, I'm here to do all the characters, so it's fun. But let me tell you how in real life. I insist on greeting everybody I interact with. I agreed with somebody who was a clerk at a store today. I said hello, asked how she was when he started crying. So I was the first person who came to that bitch in weeks to ask her how she was. They just threw the items at her. She just beep, 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 beep. And that'll be 1745. Put your number in. My car don't work, man. Can I use your Savers card. And I usually have a barcode. I was using my cousin's number, but his number don't work. I get 80 cents off these grapes. I want my 80 cent off. I'll put mine in, sir. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Oh, yeah. He didn't say thank you. People didn't greet each other. I tell the story all the time. You be a black man over the age of 35, brother, and give you the head nod. He'll either ignore you or act like you're about to beat his ass. That's how antisocial they are. Huh? They ain't do that no more. This place is ghetto. Ghetto. That's what I mean by ghetto. Thank you. So where do we locate American greatness as a collective? You have people for political reasons now, not really on here, because people on here don't. Online saying the SPLC has been a grip since its founding. The group that brought down the Klan in the 70s and 80s is a grip since its founding. They shouldn't be there. It's ghetto. You know, a president of the United States who was celebrating that somebody was dead. It's ghetto. It's ghetto. You have a Speaker of the House who, after giving a speech, in her 80s almost, rips up the paper like she was doing something. Ghetto. That shit was ghetto. I know y'all love that Nancy. It was ghetto. And it was beneath the dignity of who she is and the office she held. Ghetto. But y'all like ghetto shit. That's why I stay in the house. And I just sent a non-ghetto person to get me 5 bags of Trader Joe's plantain chips. They'll be gone by this time tomorrow. I'm gonna speak.
I mean, yeah, well, man, I feel agree with you. I mean, people are shocked. And this is just me on the telephone when I need to talk to customer service. And they're shocked because I asked them how they were doing. Okay, that's not the problem. That's not even personal.
Yeah, see, that's the reason why I asked Ben the question, because a lot of people were responding, and you were responding based off of what you thought he meant, not what he actually meant. And didn't ask the question, you just continued to respond. So, thank you for the clarification. Those that, I mean, I don't know. I would never want to go and live with, I would never want to go and live in another place other than the place I'm living in now, kind of thing, as if it was like the ghetto kind of thing. I assume that's what, I don't think they understood what you were saying. I understood what you were saying.
So, I do. But the yes, sir.
That's a good story. Yeah, y'all thinking too deep into it. Go ahead, Clarence.
Yeah, so where do you all locate American greatness in this moment?
Chris, you did not know what bad meant. Shut the hell up.
Austin,
Where's American greatness?
Austin, Texas.
As a collect, break it down. What does that mean?
Innovation, a gorgeous city, highly technically, it means relatively nice people as a collective, different cultures getting together. Austin, Texas is an excellent example of America.
That's here on Mecca.
Okay, so
This is a great city.
Turn right. Houston too. You told Houston.
Cities now. I said American greatness. I mean that we all say we're contributing to and support. I'm sorry, Trent. A lot of Americans are anti-science. A lot of Americans disagree with funding those developments. In fact, I would argue that the Austinian projects, the Silicon Valley projects, do not bespeak American greatness, but rather bespeak of greatness in spite of America. Are you familiar that people want to cut science funding? That's what the majority wants in America. We have a president of the United States that cut cancer, the childhood funding for childhood cancer
quite frequently. We, as down on ourselves that we often can be, and I saw Roger say high school, girl, I'm a huge proponent of high school work, and you are right about our airport system. We could spend way more money on our American infrastructure, healthcare, and roads than building bombs. I've said that many times. However, I will say, in seeing some other countries, and I don't like to get on the cruise ship to see Mexico, I just got to open the garage. And seeing some other places, we have a pretty damn high standard of living. We're relatively safe, comparatively speaking, to the size of our nation. And there are some things I think we're not often proud of, even though there are some other countries where we surpass us, and especially Asians in those.
In 1972, one of the great albums of the 70s by the band War is called The World is a Ghetto. Check it out. It's the world.
Just says to me that is different than what Ben is speaking about. No?
I mean, what he's saying is just not true. Relative to America's size, we're not relatively safe. I mean, that's just demonstrably false because you would go per capita. That's actually an insane claim to say that the United States is safer.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you.
India or what? India, China, or Russia? Is it probably only comparable in population size?
Why would we go per capita?
I'm going because look, there are some small nations and European nations that.
What about Japan? They have over 100 million people.
Well, Japan's got it.
Look at India. Why would you? This is so bizarre. Why would you compare America to a developing country? That doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, you want to compare us to Japan?
Right. So what is a higher standard of living, Japan or America? Are you joking?
I would say, I guess Japan has a higher standard of living, though I wouldn't want to live in some of the small ass places that they live in and work how they work.
Do you want to live in the bum fields or backfields of Mississippi? I can name like 15 states in America you would want to live in. Jump.
No,
Speaking of airports, you might try. And speaking of airports, and I know this is a woman's space, I just want to let y'all know that a black woman is building the new terminal at JFK Airport. Sonia McKessie is building that terminal in JFK.
Thank you. What's in your mouth?
I know y'all like to throw me I know y'all like doing the gloom news all the time, but it's going on. Things are.
I just said thank you, sir.
Do the gloom news all the time. I mean, who cares? Is she giving us any money? I don't know. Okay. The United States is not even in the top. I don't care. Okay. So by no metric, or no composite metric rather, is the United States in top 10 in quality of life.
Come on, let's talk about that. But
sure, that's big.
But I saw I had my mic up, but that was one of the baddest border agents I've ever seen. If somebody did one, she down here in Messina. But no, we have like compared to other large countries, which would be China, India, Russia, and some of them I'm missing Brazil. I mean, we got pretty damn high standard of living. We not.
What does the size of the country have to do? I don't understand the size.
It's the size of the population. I think we're the third largest population. I'm doing this off the top of my head. We're the third largest in population. We're the second largest in land mass. We're third largest in mass. Something like that. So we take the comparable size of the nation, right?
Yeah.
We have, I mean, the average
We're in the top, 20 to 23%. We're probably the only nation in I'm saying we're in the top, quarter of countries, right? We're the only country that's in the Western Hemisphere in the top 20. The only country. All the other countries are in there. All the other countries are in,
Some of the things that he specifically talked about.
we're talking about countries. That's not true. Everyone is probably not the West. I'm sorry. It's one country bad. Mexico. Mexico has a little bit higher happiness. They're at 21, I think. What does that have to do? Okay, so it's Canadian countries, right? Correct. So my dad beats my ass 5 times a week as opposed to 7 times a week. That's good. No, what I'm saying is, man, it's a metric we can use, Listen, happiness is one of the keys of life. You agree? And given the wealth of the United States, we're far too low on that list. Even where do you think we should be at? Definitely in the top 5. Okay. Wow. Yo.
14. We were in the top 5 10 years ago.
Good enough.
Yeah, but
We can't be number one at everything.
And countries ahead of us, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Denmark, Oman, Switzerland, Iceland. We're talking about relatively small countries. And so in comparison to the major large countries,
Is China there? Is China there?
China ain't even on there.
It's really cheap to rent out. The cheapest of the Middle Eastern countries.
Why don't you compare it to China? China's a new country. I don't understand. How long has China been the country that it's been?
More than 60 years. But it's historic. It's a historic relative nation. And it is now the 3rd largest economy in the world. Second. I think second largest economy.
Well, why not compare to Dan's earlier point between Japan and the United States? Why would you pick China that's only, to his point, 16 years?
Okay, well, Japan.
Talk about the
Japan's in number 17, while our life behind us.
Oh, we're nowhere near that.
No, we're number 15.
We don't think so, well. A good man comes to New York, I'm still talking. A good man comes to New York and floods the system. And stops the train. What are you talking about?
Okay, so again, you want to use the bottom line index score that just came out across all these, the top 100 nations. Japan's number 17, the US is number 15.
Okay, so there's multiple qualities. So let me just reiterate what I'm saying. Compared to America, what it was, it's ghetto and getting increasingly ghetto. That was the claim. I don't need to compare the United States to Equatorial Guinea. You say you're the best. You have the brightest people, the best institutions, your net export of oil, all the good things. It's not translating quality of life to being a rich country. You have whole states that are shitholes. There's no reason to move to Mississippi unless you get a home worth $1 million from somebody's will in California that you shoot in Mississippi because you don't want to have a home in California for free. Yes, unless you use Delaware. Are you guys familiar with Oklahoma? Have you guys seen the scores of the kids? You think it's bad now. You have a bunch of boys that are going to be men that can't read. I'll tell you, the knee-jerk reaction, and this is part of why, this is actually the ghetto. People's delusions of greatness and grandeur. Trent came on here and told us that the strikes on the Iranian military was the greatest strikes that weekend in the history of human warfare.
it will be over by Wednesday, not Tuesday, or we might say Tuesday, not Thursday or Friday, but on that Wednesday, shot the ball. And here we are. Here we are. Alone together is you and I. 2 months later, and the world's greatest military is haggling over a 30-mile strait full of landmines from the Soviet era. I'm sorry, water mines from the Soviet era. I'm the only one remember when Trump said this was the greatest military feat in the history of warfare.
Yeah, Trump remembers saying it. And by the way, I made a mistake. Real quick, I made a mistake. The U.S. in 2015 in quality index, it is now number 14, not number 15. And still a very high score, I think 190.
Who's in there?
That is quality of life index from Visual Capitalist.
It's a fake. It's a
But that's what we call it fake. I mean, you can call it what you want.
What is visual capitalists? It's a think tank.
It's a think tank. But what I'm looking at, it goes in line when I've looked at U.S. News and World Report studies as well. I mean, this goes in line with basically what those other public indications have said. We followed a bit, but we're still pretty high for considering how we are. One problem with our happiness index scores is we're too much of consumers. That's a whole different conversation.
The U.S. is not in the top 20 on the U.S. News and World Report. You be saying so.
But again, you had you just gave him what you were talking about, and he's still going back to the comparison part.
I'm with it. I'll just say personally, you know, when you think about highways and bridges in this country that are literally crumbling, like the one in Minnesota a number of years ago, and people driving during rush hour, and it completely gives way. We're gonna have to make a decision whether or not a next big hurricane should sweep Miami and New Orleans, and we will have to face the idea of whether or not those cities should be rebuilt.
So you know what they actually say where we score low on? It has nothing to do, it has to do with healthcare access, chronic disease rates, and violence and overdoses. That's what brings us down. For high when it comes to life expectancy, which is kind of weird when you're talking about health. That's it. But the healthcare, the chronic disease rates, and this is what brings us down to.
Quality of life: 1 Denmark, 2 Sweden, 3 Switzerland, 4 Norway, 5 Canada, 6 Finland, 7 Germany, 8 Australia, 9 Netherlands, 10 New Zealand, low norm, 11 UK, 12 Austria, 13 Belgium, 14 Japan, 15 Ireland, 16 France, 17 Luxembourg. Wow, not Luxembourg being that low. 18 Spain, Iceland 19, Portugal 20, low norm, 21 Italy, 22 United States. Look at it.
And with the United Nations HCI, they actually put the data points for why we don't score as high. But we're actually number one in a lot of other areas. It's our violence in our country, it's our healthcare access. And if you notice, most of those countries that's in the top 20, they actually have healthcare access.
losing because they're not like most of the country.
And you know what? And it wouldn't surprise me now that, and vaccinations have been cut back. I wouldn't be surprised if the infant mortality rate goes up. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. Well, I mean, let's talk about the happiness index and how it's not that bad.
Well, before you go off on that, look, man, I don't know what I just pulled up best countries in the world. I put it in the chat. June 2024. China's number 3 behind Switzerland and Japan. That's U.S. News and World Report.
That's not quality of life.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think that was a total score that I was looking at. But even your list, when you're talking about quality of life index, okay, those are mostly all the countries that you put against us are pretty much smaller countries. I didn't hear.
And if you add them, they'd be the European Union, and they'd be equivalent to us, and we're behind them.
In some aspects of quality of life, I would.
In every aspect of quality of life.
Okay, in healthcare, I would agree. And on some of the other ones, I don't know.
I got it. So you think
safety for sure. No, safety for sure. Yeah, safety for sure.
Cool. Well, education, K through 12.
Because you're taking those individual countries, which are smaller countries, and we have more things to deal with. If you want to take the European Union, probably ahead of us in education.
I know this.
I'm not just going there, but they are ahead of us. I'm gonna be honest. Coming out of school and going to
We got the food, man. We got the food, bro. We damn sure got the food.
So they got food, bro. So let me take these up. Let me take these off. When I'm growing up as a kid, I didn't realize, coming back to the U.S., I didn't realize something like buying an apple, it doesn't look like that in the U.S. It was shiny in the U.S. The apples I used to buy, my mom used to buy, me was when I came to the U.S. because I thought that they automatically washed it. We are stuck on our apples. The fruits that we had when I was a kid, they were kind of dirty. So I think, I don't know. And they didn't last long.
You can't avoid not the bad things. You can't avoid. I'm not saying kids sometimes.
So conservatives.
Like, we like taste. We like taste in the United States.
Y'all put shit in y'all fucking fruit and vegetables.
I like sugar in my rice.
Right. You don't buy a ramen apple for real. And you're right, bro.
I like sugar in my rice bag. Stop.
So wait a minute. Okay, I thought, and I could be wrong, the definition that was provided for this conversation in terms of ghetto, having the means to do better, but just don't. Just like now we have a means to do better with the healthcare, but we haven't. We have money for wars, but we don't have money for people to get the healthcare right. What I'm hearing from people, you gotta be able to do things on your own and all these other, things. But that is part of how others are comparing the countries to countries. So I don't understand what the argument is in regards to what we see in the list that Patty just provided in regards to where we're suffering are different things that we've actually talked about in this space and wanting to change and wanting to do better. So I just don't understand why we have to argue about we are, top number one versus talking about working on fixing the problem. Why do y'all argue about things that are absolutely useless? I don't get it.
Everybody was arguing.
The arguing is the pushback versus, no, we are number 5. No.
We just
But not talking about the problem is not going to fix the data.
Well, look, so I just pulled it up. Yes, Van is correct. Quality of life, the U.S. scores number 20. But that ain't bad.
number 22 in quality of life, number 20 in social purpose. So overall, we're number 3.
Of those metrics, only about 3 of them touch the day-to-day Americans' lives. We're talking about quality of life. That's power. Yeah, we have a bunch of nuclear weapons and the military. How does that help me pay the extra money that we have to pay for energy, even though we're supposed to be some super abundance of energy like that? That's why I said quality of life is 22. You just said.
Well, the ask Ukraine how that works out if you don't have the power. That's why I asked.
Ukraine just became a country 20 years ago.
I get it, but that's where that.
Why would you compare Ukraine to? And that's ghetto. That's also what ghetto people do. Ghetto people, instead of having a high standard for themselves, they compare themselves to the bum up the corner who still sucks his mom, who's still stuck in his mom's tit at 30. That's another thing that ghetto people do, which is very American. Trend is compared to America. By the way, I looked it up. India's income per capita. This is the country that Trent wants us. That Trent is $2,813. Who would, if they were an intelligent person or arguing in good faith, compare a country whose income per capita is $95,000 to a country that is $2,800?
Because you have to take population into consideration when you're talking
per capita.
I get it, I know, but you have to take in population. There's 350 million people in this country.
What per capita mean?
Yeah, I know.
What per capita mean?
Yeah, yes, sir, I know what per capita means.
Right. So
when you're comparing nations, you gotta compare large nations. You can't compare us to Switzerland. I mean, I got
per capita.
Okay, I got it. Yeah,
why would you compare per capita?
Because a large nation deals with different cultures. You got a lot of different types of people, right? We're not completely homogenous. We have to deal with a lot of different things than a Luxembourg or a Switzerland. I think you won't.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with whether or not we have healthcare access?
It doesn't understand the one.
I just realized something. It makes us even more ghetto.
Yep.
You don't even realize you're arguing against your point. If the country is so great, it should be able to handle difference. Especially if it's in its animating ideals and aims. I gotta also tell you, the argument about like not having stuff because the country's big is a really dumb. I don't know why we do it. We do it for Medicare. We do it for Medicaid. Huh?
Well, why aren't other large nations ranked as high as ours? Like, we're number 3. I don't know that China's still doing it. Number 2 or 3? Number 2 or 3? I can't remember China's.
China's per capita $8,900.
Granted, I'll give you that. Okay, but
that's a little bit to go, by the way.
When you're talking about a large nation, the top 5 largest nations in the world, we rank well above the largest nations. And we're number 3. And we're number 3 when you take everything in totality, like number 2 in innovation.
I'm number 2 in innovation. Because the innovation where we destroyed them and all the people came here. The argument you're making isn't just the quality of
the argument you're making is that you took out one portion of U.S. report and you omitted everything else.
It's the quality of life. That was all.
I'm not going to call it life, but when you look at, we were talking about the entry and the totality. When we take everything that this, I thought that's what we were talking about. Because you're talking about roads.
Yeah.
But when you look at the study from your own source, U.S. News World Report, overall the United States is ranked number 3.
That doesn't tell me anything about how to do it.
No, it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
It never meant anything. Okay, this was fascinating. We were talking about quality of life. You got the quality of life index from visual capitalists. we're talking about quality of life. Let's move on.
I didn't know we were taking the entire country in its totality.
Well, those are different things. I didn't mention military. If we're talking about military, our options in the U.S. is very good. That's literally talking about quality of life.
But when you're talking about
Sure.
why I guess I would be like,
No, I mean, no, I'm talking about in terms of the conversation. Obviously, we're talking about.
Everybody did bring up infrastructure, though. I remember that.
Yes,
we were talking about New York airports.
Yeah, this airport service. That's quality of life. Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure, true. But that's the infrastructure. I know. What was the infrastructure rank?
Okay, I got
That's a big metric. You guys aren't actually listening.
No, you want airports. No.
I want more. That's not the quality of life. There was asbestos all over the place. I got my original point.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about airports, it's infrastructure. That would be the metric is under. That's all I'm saying.
Which is inclusive of.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Well, let's take that answer.
It's a human
infrastructure ranking.
It's not symmetric. So it's a report. America's not in the top 3. Now,
Okay. Where we at? 4 man? Where we at?
You might be 3.
What's going on?
Like, it seems like you should globally left for 2019 it's more than
That's where we come in 14th place. I'm reading it right now. Passenger rail, public transit consistency, and the speed on our major projects. When it comes to
I 11 on the UN. America should be no lower than number 2.
Is there a country the size of the United States that high on the list?
Like India? Why do you guys keep comparing the United States with developing countries that have not even been around for 100 years? They were just colonized until 1947. The whole country's about. I gotta be honest with you, it's kind of dumb. You want to compare America to Nigeria?
No. That is good.
Isn't Nigeria approaching the U.S. population? Isn't it like 300
years up there?
Yeah. So again, the United States decimated Europe. World War II decimated Europe. I just finished a book this morning, actually, of some people who were caught in World War II. They were in Italy, Denmark, all over the place. It was very fascinating. I'm not going to do it. The Nazis came through and just demolished all kinds of shit. They occupied Denmark. There was a little bit of a Danish resistance. Took over Denmark. I admit, it's small. But watch this. Even cities in the United States that are rich cities don't compare to Denmark. So let's do like for like. Let's find a city that has the population of Denmark. Their airports still won't be as nice. Their healthcare still won't be as good. Their inequality will be worse. Let's do San Francisco. Let's do Houston. Y'all love Houston. How many people are in Houston? Perfect. How many people in Houston? Houston has 2.3 million.
Yeah, but that's not a fair argument, though. That's not fair.
Why not? Why not?
Because if we use stuff like rail, because a lot of these cities are designed for rail. There's long cars. It's a bad metric.
Quality of life.
Okay, quality of life. Okay, cool.
So you think the education system in Houston, which they control by the way, is as good as Denmark?
Don't use your education. Just tell me, we ain't got that, Omar. We ain't got that one. Nah, I'm not giving Houston that one. I'm not giving that one.
What does Houston have that I don't know how many people are in Denmark. Denmark population is 6 million. Yeah, what does 6 million? Perfect. What does Houston have that's leaps and bounds better than Denmark? Besides what?
Nasty.
Not even close.
That's a federal. I'm done. Y'all know the night. He said, what's the end of his hand? my best.
Yeah, let's use that metric.
The GDP per capita in Denmark is $71,000.
Okay.
Well, not well, 84. Houston, let's see.
59,000.
I was gonna say 62, but just imagine.
Yeah, I tried to 59, 62,000 to something earlier.
And it's a little higher. This one is saying 74. So they're roughly the same.
Okay. That's not bad, man.
That makes it worse. That means they're not. Yeah, that would make it worse.
Man, I think you're IQ fool, man. I think you have disdain and hatred for your own home, and you love foreign things. You love foreign things.
It's the opposite.
No, you love foreign things. You love foreign things, bro. Let me ask you a fool.
What about uplifted? That's foreign.
Is it okay?
What does that mean?
Yeah. Look up. You have disdain for your home. You love things that are foreign.
Like what?
You love Europe, right? We like part of this conversation.
How do I love Europe? I think Europe is a shithole.
Hey.
So again, what 4 things have you heard me lift up? Y'all are really bad at debates. I have concentrate.
No, what I'm saying is, man, we try to give you some baskets in American, for culture and American system, but you're shooting down everything like that.
You haven't given me any culture. We don't
I'm
talk about culture.
talking about way of life. I'm talking about way of life and quality of life. We're trying to give you what I mean.
You think the American way of life, quality of life is high?
I don't think so.
Even in Oklahoma, Mississippi, Idaho, parts of Georgia, like South Carolina, large parts of North Carolina, Kentucky, West Virginia, these are all states that have been in the Union from the early 19th century. They're shells.
What about the Northeast Corridor? Arguably one of the most highly developed. Hold on. In between DC and Washington, man, it's arguably, for a stretch of miles, right, the most developed place on the planet, right?
That's not true.
From DC to Boston, right?
The most
train. I'm teach somebody who's train. I'm talking about roads, infrastructure.
You think the roads are good up? I'm just gonna try. This is
Yeah, what are you talking about, Omar?
This is
He just want to be on the list. He just want to be on the list.
She trying to come in for the distance between DC and Boston. Is there more? Is there more of a developed part of this planet from DC to Boston, man?
Yes.
Cars and miles of distance.
Busan, South Korea.
They got Tokyo.
It's not the same. It's not the same. I'm talking about the trains. It's way more high tech. I keep on the trains. I said, look, y'all listen. Y'all listen. I said, first of all, man, what is the distance between Boston and DC? First of all, I said distance. I said distance.
Something loud. But there are
Is there more of a developed place in the world? That's what.
Yes, Singapore.
That's a bit of a stretch. Come on, let's stop.
No, hold on. From DC to Boston is not fully developed either. There's whole place, have you been to Perth Amboy?
Oh, wow. I'm terribly know that. Stop it. Come on. You got the turnpike. You got the turnpike. Come on, let's stop.
What are you talking about?
There's all kind of goods that go from DC to Boston all the time.
What are you saying?
Road is infrastructure. Road is infrastructure.
I understand that. It's not great.
this is a complicated conversation. There's a lot of people. But I'm going straight around. That's what that's for indicating.
Oh, right.
Hello?
Hey, Omar, how about people drink water out of lead pipes? Omar, come here.
I mean, I'm sure it's probably something there, but that's probably everywhere. No, it's probably something. No, what I'm saying is, I think a lot of us familiarity breeds contempt. You know, we're so used to traveling from Boston to DC. It's so normal to us that once you leave this country, you can't do that out of place. This is not true.
But can I just say this? You don't give a fuck about the war. Your children are drinking out of lead pipes.
Actually, not.
You want coal.
That's not.
You want coal. Well, everybody else in this room is concerned about it. You just want to
I call that advocacy.
I told you this last week. You and your contempt can go to hell.
That sounds like an advocacy, sure. Advocacy. I know you should advocate out there.
Driving from New York to Boston.
I didn't say New York. I said DC. Okay. I said DC. Okay.
Driving to
Where else can I do that in the world?
Whatever, it's not a flex.
Europe. It's a flex.
No, it's not. It's not.
It is a flex.
You just drove from the UK to the
Yeah, because you take it for granted. You take it for granted.
But driving from state to state is not that great when you can be in some country in Europe and from continent to continent.
Okay, yeah. What do you say?
Americans, y'all can present some hot shit. It's really not.
All things considered, the United States infrastructure is a modern marvel, right? One of the biggest things the United States has done, probably its greatest creation, right, is to convince people in Seattle, right, are from the same country as the person from Miami, right? That is right from the UK all the way to the Iran for its distance, right? That is America's greatest strength. And it's through infrastructure networks. It's through institutions, right? So you gotta add the full story when you talk about America.
It's okay.
All right, thanks, Omar. That's great. Thank you. Only in America can you drive 300 miles. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. We take it for granted, so when we laugh, because we've been doing this our whole life. That's not normal, bro. That's not normal in a lot of places, bro.
Omar, I just read an account of people driving from the middle of Sweden to Austria in the 1930s.
What are you talking about? That's going from different countries.
Yes, it does. Remember that blackout that happened in 2003, summer of August?
It was amazing. That was hilarious.
Yes, I was there too. I was trapped at work, and I was working in New York City. It happened around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I couldn't go back home to New Jersey because the grid was shut down, and I had to wait until the next day to get back home. But America's great. I'm going on with you.
You ain't leaving. So this is a great country. You ain't leaving.
Oh, I got it. So if you leave a place, that means it's great. That's not dumb, too. A lot of people don't think, okay, so people don't leave Equatorial Guinea. Does that mean it's great?
Listen, Sherry got the means. Listen, Sherry is big money. She got the means.
I'm done.
Man, you're gonna make it.
So what?
I really can't believe this fellow was
Kitover. Omar, you're using one metric. You're using
I'm using the metric to my advantage.
driving. But listen, can I just finish? Thank you. You're using one metric of driving. However, in Europe, one can drive, one can take cheap flight, and one can take trains that are infinitely better than our trains. So you can use public transportation. America doesn't really have a public transportation rail option, does it? It has. If you've ever been on a long distance train in America, you know they're routinely 7 hours late. They're horrible, they're not on time. I just came back from a month ago, and I basically used planes and driving. And I will say that having those options is really important. And so for you to just sort of basically say, oh, well, you can drive, sure, you can drive, but that's all you can do in America if you want to get cross country and you don't want to take a plane. That's your only option. I mean, I went from Zurich to Milan. It was 3 hours. It was through the mountains. It was amazing, right? We don't have those sort of options. We want to go from New York to Boston, and often that would be 4.5 hours with the delays, et cetera. It would cost a fortune. So if you're only using one metric, I understand that, but why are you using that metric? We want to drive cross country.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. The reason why I use the metric because it benefits my argument, my case. If I want to hop in my car right now and drive 3,000 miles to California, I can do it. I can't even do that in China. The way the railroad network is connected to China. No.
He's about to drink it in China.
Because I'm trying to do a size thing.
You're China the same size.
That's all. Same size.
I got it.
Same size.
It's like size and not wealth of the country. That actually makes no sense.
China is wealthy, and because it's more size.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
Per capita, now you are what?
Their GDP is.
It's the European Union. Why do you need to use China? EU. Same people, same amount of people, same size. Can you drive from Portugal to Eastern Europe? Of course you can. Many of us have done it. Y'all gotta leave the country. You go to rich places. Oh, you just go to third world countries.
I go to Europe.
You just go to the third world place in Africa where you get a small and a Hershey bar. Those girls will do whatever you want.
Everywhere I go, I look at them road networks, man. That's going to tell me a lot about your country.
Yeah, America's road network is not good. In the 50s and 60s, America's roads were marvelous. Our roads aren't marvelous of the world anymore.
And we can still get around, though, in America. I mean, we got
Exactly.
Amazon.
That's your statement.
Yes, Amazon is
Lowering your standard now.
Return.
Also, let me just say one more thing. The infrastructure, the bridges, the roads, things like that, they are in basically not good shape. And I think, once again, you know that. I mean, I've been across country maybe in my life 4 or 5 times, and, it's gotten worse, let's just say. It's definitely gotten worse, and the roads are not in good shape. We need to spend money in infrastructure. We don't do that. So we sort of leave it to local authorities and things like that. Now, Biden had a bill that Trump tried to co-opt, but that's sort of been it for quite a while. So how can you say our infrastructure is in great place? Just because you can drive on a road doesn't make it great.
That's why we were supposed to be building back better.
Yeah, I always say this, like, our infrastructure is definitely not where it needs to be, and other countries are passing this. One of our problems, though, that holds us back is our government. We do have probably too many
sheep. They want to knock down neighborhoods.
Hold up. You don't have to knock down buildings. You can go underground. You don't have to.
Underground? What? Underground is super expensive up there.
Super expensive.
Yeah, I looked at it.
That's what I'm saying. It's fucking. They never built nothing.
No, well, look, there's nuances to this. Like, I looked at my high-speed road for a long time. Ever since I grew up.
Everything else for a long time.
That was
Yeah, well, I was on the Northwest Economic Council for Houston when we were discussing accessibility. And we were talking about
state because there is no way in hell I'm going to put someone like Ted in any goddamn economic council.
okay,
Just
that's
how
yeah, okay, well, that's fine. I didn't think I was stupid. That's fine.
I never say that.
So, okay, well, then that's fine. Let me just finish what I'm saying on that. So, one of the problems was the eminent domain that this is going from Houston to Dallas, and we have to take over the ranches and some businesses in order to make. They're still trying to do it in order to make that, but they've been trying to make that high-speed rail system. Same thing with the problem that happened with the one in California since the early 2000s. So if you don't have it,
one of the most modern rail systems. Why are you still thinking about it? Yeah?
So the reason why China's got the advantage is because they don't have to go through the same laws and environmental concerns and have the legal challenges. The government can just do it. So that is one difference in why China has been able to expand so quickly in that.
I told you better learn how to speak Mandarin the next few years, because if you have someone like Trump in some fucking economic council.
Hey, Lord, so you want for the sake of high-speed rail, you want us to rip through DC, Delaware, Philadelphia, New Jersey. You want to just rip through all these communities. Hold on. I've been here for 100 years. Just to have high-speed rail.
That's what the Lord
Y'all don't care about people. Y'all come here and is fake caring about people. Y'all don't really care about people. Y'all say it.
What care about that? Bull crap, okay? Because one, all right, from the ozone standpoint, okay, the environment that would be of help. People wouldn't have to be constantly getting these cars. We wouldn't have to worry about fuel. It can fix a lot of different things. And you're saying they're going to tear it through. Do you know how many times they tear through these cities? Anyway, building up hotels and casinos. Come on now. You're talking about outrage. You're talking about something that will actually help people to transport from one place to the next. Come on. You're not thinking. You're thinking to argue. The conversation is no more even a conversation because you just say stuff to try to win an argument. If you want to win, fine, you got it, sir. You got it. You have won.
Yeah, you won the argument. So, First Lady, would you call this conversation ghetto?
Absolutely. It's definitely
It's ghetto. What's going on here? It's ghetto. What's going on?
I mean, but that's the point.
This is our brand, Shirley.
So you brought up New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey has the infrastructure because we already have rails. You need to improve them. So you don't have to knock over a town or city in which to do it.
He just a head performer for his friends. That's
Nah, this guy's ghetto.
He was up there on that stage. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. He up there sleeping with the white men.
It's fine, Omar. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Keep sleeping with him. It's okay.
Don't talk all over the room. We talking about this one.
I'm just talking about how your performance in this space today. I'm talking about your performance and how you're performing on this particular stage. And I get it. You just want to be the class clown. That's all. So I'm just letting everybody else know what you're doing. Everybody don't have to get upset with you. I just don't want the people upset with you, buddy.
Yeah, listen, I've been on this app for 5 years. I've been on this app for 5 years. I know the politics. I move around on this app. I'm not confined to one space. I move around.
Again, you're not listening, sir. I don't have a problem with you sleeping with the white man. I'm saying that you're performing for them in they allowed you to sleep with them last night, and now in repaying them, you're doing your performance here today. I'm just letting others know.
Hey, you're being disrespectful.
And you don't think you're being disrespectful?
No. Come on, this is so meta right now. It's a meta column.
What about you and you are the better person. Exactly, and I'm in it with you. You just said the app was ghetto. I'm just helping you prove your point.
I agree. Don't you agree this is a ghetto app? Don't you agree, First Lady?
Come on, First Lady. Accusing Omar of performing for the white man is nasty work.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Lots of people have performed for the white man. I just think let's choose without saying cast no person.
Oh my God. And this is the reason why the Democrats lose. Because instead of you just keeping in this field, now you want to change it and turn it around on me. Look at you. Look at you. You're worse than the daggone Coles because you claim that you are a part. Let's not do this. Let's not. Because you are a traitor within. A traitor within is even worse. Somebody who's supposed to be a part, and Omar doesn't claim to be a part. He clearly lets us know what side he's on. You, sir, you don't sit here and try to come for me. Look at you. Look at you. Go ahead, take your robe off. Go ahead, take it off. Take your white robe off. Take your white robe off. Go ahead.
Not First Lady calling me a freaking cake.
How about if your robe fits, wear it, sir.
Listen.
I'm gonna put this in my diary. Charles waiting out down neighborhood. It's like saying high school.
You know, they just wanted to out down neighborhood. Your NFL stadiums. Come on, stop playing. Cause you all up in the casinos. You all up in the daggone hotels and all these wonderful things that are building up all over.
I like nice things, of course. Yeah.
So then why are you arguing about the round?
I'm damn South Philadelphia.
I'm just saying. Don't include my name in it. I'm just saying.
I don't want to tear down Southwest DC for the sake of high speed. No, like Maryland, Salisbury, Maryland. I don't want to knock down stuff for the sake of high speed. That's what I'm saying. North Jersey, Newark. I don't want to run from Newark with a going bulldozer, okay? That's all. Oh my God.
You know
And
what?
shout out to Union, Jersey, Elizabeth, Jersey City. Let's go. Linden. Shout out to all those black folks up there. Shout out.
Most of them still in New York.
Shout out to Camden. Woodbury.
Let me be real honest, that mentality is one of the reasons why the U.S. can't move behind. Because these people are paid for their homes, are paid over the value for their homes in case we have to have a project. But because we don't have a sense of almost like socialism, I don't have a better word for it, and we get very entrenched in like where we are and don't do things for the greater good. To First Lady's point, we don't do things for the greater good of America like they do in
get held up.
He's sundown, Johnny. That's what he's doing. That's what's happening, Mike.
You're get over the word ghetto and Ben saying that and just got that trigger. And for the last 1 hour and 45 minutes, we were going that. Go ahead. None of your business.
I'm not an anonymous person. I am glad that you can look up and see who I am. And so, I'm not insulted by some of the things you say, but I do recognize, like, coming from an anonymous person to say, I can't believe they put you on an economic council. I don't know why not. I like everything that I say, but I'm trying to be succinct. Yeah. You're right.
Definition of the thing.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know. You're correct. I'm not always the same, but I try to give background and tell why I know something, and if I just don't understand.
You just be
Why some of your comments. I don't understand why some of your comments and vitriol towards me are when you don't have the ability to even say who you are and what you have.
Yeah, because I'm not done. That's one. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's an issue of having standards. It doesn't matter what I do or what I cannot do. I don't mind people above me because I'm just a peasant to at least know something before they are put in some organization. I judge you based on what I hear when you're going back and forth with individuals. And what I hear is an uneducated buffoon who doesn't listen. And when he does listen, for some weird reason, he typically hears something that has nothing to do with the main argument. Okay? So I imagine if you're what are you talking about? Finish. Yeah, tell us. And here, I imagine God, if these are the people in positions of power, then peasants like me are truly fucked. You say first, buddy, the current friends correct, yeah, politically correct. What about dynamic political networks in the clubhouse, outhouse, in-house, in-house, White House, Supremacy House? Politically correct. You must come politically correct, and see, you did. If you feel like he properly is fucked.
So I'll say this. Having spoken with a few different people that are in powerful positions, especially in Congress, no, they're not that private individuals. They often have just a lot of gumption. But they're not always the most intelligent.
And again, you're helping me make my point, which is people who are in a position of power, right? You said they're not that intelligent. Yeah, I'm very well aware of politicians, where they're famous. Ambassador, I said that I am unemployed. I am just a some weirdo who stays on this app attacking.
Wait a second. What is going on? There's an English master. What is talking? Yeah, and
Let Laura finish, please, Lord.
I think here's the thing. I might be rude sometimes, but my parents raised me right, so I'll try to cut him some slack and just ignore whatever it is he said.
Thank you for that. Right, but you were responding to something else before you chimed down.
You hear him openly enough on many given topics. Listen, I don't expect everyone to be well read on everything. We always have conversations over here that I have no idea what the fuck people are talking about. Guess what I do? I stay on mute and listen. I don't have to check in on any conversation. If I'm wrong and called out on something, I'll accept it. I'm wrong. That's just what it is. But Trent, you don't do that. And the problem is, not just you, there are so many individuals, and unfortunately these individuals are in positions of power, but doing exactly the same thing. So, I'm saying, we are fucked. That's it, I'm done.
But I also do know a little bit about a lot. And it comes from, having a background in having researched multiple things for multiple different reasons. Obviously, I look at infrastructure for the industry that I'm in now. But, I'll just say this. I've always been respectful for you. I don't always understand where the disrespect comes from towards me. Because I don't think I don't know who you are. I've never said anything. I don't remember insulting you. Yeah, and one of the problems with the app being anonymous, I was talking to somebody about this, about the problem with Clubhouse is that people think when they're anonymous, they can just say anything. Because I'm sure if we were face to face, you wouldn't say, or even if you were using your real name, you wouldn't say some of the things that you said. So I'm willing to, just have respect for you. I'm 45. I just tell you, I know people, you talk about certain people because you can hide behind anonymity. But when you have to stand behind your comments and say certain things, you don't say, especially when you're face to face, you don't have the same vitriol and malice that you. I don't think you're drunk, but I think you're probably
No, I'm just a weird person on this app.
I grant that, and that is kind of what makes this kind of what makes this app ghetto. Is that
because guess what? There are plenty of people on this app that can have a real conversation, that can stay on topic.
I'm often on topic, but okay. Sometimes I bring stuff that you. Sometimes I bring stuff that you don't know about.
Can we do a poll? If you do, bring that poll. Guess what? I'll learn that app for all the year.
I'll give it to you. You got it. I was just like, when we talk about America and we talk about it being a better place, sometimes we have people with differences of opinion. And sometimes when we have people with different opinion, doesn't mean we have to yell at people. They may have a different perspective or a different reason that they're saying things. Unless
And you thinking, I insulted you because you have a difference of opinion is another sign that you're a girl. Because I did not attack you for that.
Okay. Alright.
I already told you you can't listen.
Difference of opinion, do you know why? Like, what the fuck? I thought you didn't observe you also. So here's part of it.
Yeah, I like Trent stuff. Yeah, he said some crazy shit, but I like Trent.
I don't think I don't think, well, I wouldn't say that. But I think sometimes in communication, once somebody brings a point to you, you just go back and repeat the same talking points that you already had. When those talking points are being addressed with new information on it, you just go back and say the same thing. So it's not like a interaction part of the conversation. It's just like on repeat. I think that is, problematic in communication. But yeah, I don't think he thinks that you're completely dumb or anything. It's just the inability for the communication to flow with others.
The only thing I'll say is, look, as I said before, me and CEO, me and Amari, there are multiple people who I've sat down with in real life and done business with them. I was on this app originally for business purposes. And there's multiple people that I've met on this app, not always in this room, that we found a connection and found a way to do business or communicate offline.
Literally illustrating the point. Like, just end it. He's not gonna get it. You're right, Trent. He's wrong.
No, and what I'm saying is, I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, this is my entrenched position, and I've learned things from all of you in listening to these conversations. So if I come across as a person who is immovable in what I believe, then I apologize for that.
You know what?
It's all up to everybody in the city.
It's not about not, like, you can have a difference of opinion and disagree. In fact, like, part of the reason why a lot of us come on this app is because of that. You want to talk to people that have different positions than you do. You know what, Trent? I apologize. I shouldn't have said what I said to you. Is that fair? Can we move on?
Sounds good, my man. Appreciate it.
And come tomorrow and do the same thing.
Evelyn Trent had for the longest. Leave him alone, Hurricane.
Hurricane, that's not back-seeking behavior.
It's pretty mad. I don't believe in calling idiots. Some first lady does, but I don't. It doesn't make me mad.
Nobody's calling. They just said what he said. He said what he said. So we try to ceasefire and a peace movement along. And here you go picking up the microphone and saying it's going to do the same shit tomorrow.
Right. You gotta let that out. Both of y'all are cool.
That's a definition. The definition applies here. Because all my good stuff,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm gonna repeat it.
It's been good chatting, y'all. Then I'll come back if there's any news on.
Or not. But if there's any UFO news, bring it back. That's what he said they need to build that bunker for. He just didn't tell you. You got bonuses. Right.
Do we have a date as to when they're supposed to arrive?
They already had, so it's supposed to.
I do not know that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's not very clear. There it is. Y'all gotta learn to laugh at these people, some people, that's all. Keep it moving. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I was asking a question regarding the shooting And that's all that's up and down the timeline. I don't have any new news, guys. I don't have anything. Do you have anything different? Is your news plan something different?
I just saw so President Trump obviously is using this to push Congress to approve Pfizer. Hold on, let me play this clip for you guys if you guys want to hear it. You know what, dude? I'm actually never going to do that, no.
By some surveillance tool that expires this coming week. It obviously allows the FBI to surveil potential terrorists who are overseas, and we don't know right now if this individual was radicalized by somebody like that. But do you think about the importance of having these tools to protect their country from these kinds of threats, and how will you get that message to Congress when there's a Congress right now that's skeptical about renewing those powers?
Well, Jackie, I know both sides of it because Pfizer was used against me and very, very viciously by the very top. You know, we had the Kobe gang, Kobe and his women, and it was used against me. And they signed court order. I think frankly, it was used against me. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is that the military really needs it, and it's really needed for national security, and there's a division, but I was willing to give that up because, again, it was used against me more than anybody else. And by gay people, by sick people, also these are sick people. Cody was terrible. He's a horrible, sick person. He had real problem. And I use the words to describe him. He was a dirty cop. It's an old-fashioned term, but he was a dirty cop, bad guy. And there were other bad guys. They used Pfizer illegally. They used it for a purpose. It wasn't supposed to be so. Okay. On the other side, you have the military. They really needed general raising. Hey, look at the success we had in Venezuela. Look at the success we're having with Iran. I mean, Iran is decimated. And we got a lot of information by using Pfizer. Regardless, but it made the job a lot safer and a lot easier. So I would say, and what I've done, and I've told people I'm willing to give up my security for the military, because ultimately that's to me the highest cause is the safety of our nation.
Why the military don't think Pfizer?
Why is he giving up his own security? How does that even work?
I'm confused. But what was the point? Why the military? Isn't Pfizer used for domestic purposes?
And CIA uses it for intercepting foreign communication.
In the U.S., right?
Yes.
Right. So why would the military use it? But that was a little confusing. I was confused. I also thought the Pfizer thing against him, I forget the operation name, was Carter Page. I thought they were surveilling Carter Page. I'm not even like on my thing that people say I did. I actually couldn't understand what he was saying. How about this and how about that group? He said he seems to know what it is. I'm slightly confused. Because the military would be, I think it would be like DOJ, CIA, FBI, those kind of departments. I'm confused. I don't like people up. They can help me out. And I said we gotta catch up. I thought they used Pfizer for Carter. I can Google it. Somebody's break it down.
but I guess the NSA would view that as a DOD. Yeah, but the NSA, the Department of Defense, the NSA can use files, right? And they do use files. But I think, look, I'm not trying to explain Donald Trump because I don't think it makes any sense at all. But if you're trying to explain, you say indirect use by the military. Obviously, the military does not.
Yeah, because my follow-up question would be is what operations are the military doing in that soil that are illegal? That's why I was gone. I was saying because I don't know, see, like sometimes Trump makes news by accident. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
I can see this.
If you need to find someone who's working with a foreign military government, oh, FSA falls under DOD. Okay. No, they mostly used it for terror. So I don't think it was a foreign military government, man. I think FISA was mostly used for terrorists.
Yes, the FAA is part of definitely DOD. The only thing I was going to talk about is that actually DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency, there are instances where they would rely on FISA collection. So basically intelligence that's derived through FISA. So there's a scenario where they can, but I don't think that's what Donald Trump was trying to make.
No, that's what he's making. It's fine. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so it's NSA, that makes total sense. That's what I'm asking. I don't know why. I don't think it's been used much for foreign military. Matt says you need to find someone who's working with a foreign military government. I don't know what that means. Foreign military government. Like a African warlord? What's a foreign military government?
For example, let's say someone could be spying for the French, and which, if you know in the past, like French government had a history of wanting to get trade secrets from the United States. There are instances where that can happen.
What's the military? Okay, that's the French military?
Yeah.
So I thought it was mostly used for terrorists.
Not just terrorists, they use it for spying. Terrorism is basically the term that they use when they're talking about what they're collecting it for. But they go beyond that. Remember when Angela Merkel was being spied on by the Obama administration and this thing came out? Yes. So she wasn't a military person. I mean, she was a head of state, but they were listening in on her calls.
So it's mostly for state entities?
No, not just that. They do it for a wide variety of things. I guess they push that.
We're using it mostly. I'm just trying to put they mostly use it for is what I'm asking.
Terrorism. That's what they say, at least put on paper.
Okay. The Five Eyes was doing horrible stuff. Okay, yeah. Wait, so MAGA is now in favor of Section 702? Like, what's going on? Well, there's all of it.
Oh yeah, have you seen their response? So there's a coordinated MAGA influencer thing where everyone is pushing out the ballroom thing, and it's all over Twitter. So like, when there's like a major incident and they have their talking points, pretty much everyone from Meghan McCain all the way down, they're all basically saying come to this ballroom.
Yeah, everything's weaponized. Yes, only the Democrats do things that Republicans.
But
George Bush and the Patriot Act, they definitely didn't weaponize FISA. That is definitely Biden. It was only the Democrat. Some of y'all gotta agree about the Bush administration. Anyway,
did you see the letter?
And one second. When did Biden use it? When did Biden use FISA against political opponents? Biden did? What story is that? I'm asking, man, why don't you come up? So they're chatting. I can't keep reading the chat. I just open my eyes. When did Biden use it? I mean, the Patriot Act is the most horrific thing in terms of American conservative. It's probably less fun about it. But I missed the Biden story. When did Biden use FISA against a political opponent? Somebody have it? Okay, can you tell me how we get in chat? I'm done.
Okay, so the U.S., I guess, the Assistant Attorney General, they sent a letter to Greg Craig, who is prosecuting the ballroom case. And did anyone read this? It's a riot. I'll leave some of it out. Yesterday's assassination attempt on President Trump proves yet again that the White House ballroom is essential for the safety and security of the president, his family's cabinet, and his staff. A From the White House ballrooms, complete President Trump and his successors will no longer need to venture beyond the safety of the White House perimeter to attend large gatherings at the White House, at the Washington Hilton ballroom. The White House ballroom ensures the safety and security of the president for decades to come and prevent future assassination attempts on the president of Washington Hilton. Put simply, your lawsuit puts the lives of the president and his family stand at grave risk. I hope yesterday's narratives will help you find the grounds of folly of the lawsuit that initially served no purpose except to stop President Trump. Enough is enough. Your client should voluntarily dismiss the frivolous lawsuit today in light of last night's assassination attempt. If your client does not dismiss the lawsuit, the government will move to dissolve the injunction and dismiss the case in light of last night's extraordinary events. I should point out that there's no way that the White House Correspondents Group would ever hold this particular gathering at the White House ballroom because it's an independent organization and it would look like it's under in the thrall to the president. I should also point out that the White House ballroom would only seat about 1,000 people, and the Washington Hilton ballroom seats 2,500, which is actually needed for this. This is ludicrous, but this is what the Trump administration is.
So I tell you, look up Operation Hurricane. Operation Hurricane, didn't that end in 2017? Didn't it end in 2017? So how could it have carried over into Biden's administration? So there was an operation that Trump kept going during his operation, and then, because Trump was president before Biden and Obama. I guess now tell us too that the U.S. they trained off. The ballroom thing is strange to me, Tara. I don't understand the arguments on either side. I really don't. I understand if you were, like I was saying earlier, if you were architectural antiquarian and you had strong feelings about the East Wing, which was a shithole. But I really don't see the problem with it either way.
Yes, but to suggest that it should be dismissed because it's a national security issue in last night's assassination is really extraordinary. And the president will not need to venture beyond the border of the White House. And then look, lots of presidents look at paper rocks, Congress probably.
I don't know what I'm more perplexed by, the dig in for it or the dig in against it. It's acquiring something of a totemic power for people, or excuse me, static power for people who are like you said, they wouldn't have had that event there. Given the nature of the event, I don't even understand. I don't get it. I mean, I guess they see it as a legacy piece, and it will be, Trump is involved 100 years from now, not from the ballroom, I get that. But I don't see the big deal about it in that regard. They should probably stand after whatever president, whoever's in charge. Excuse me. Talk to Eisenhower. What the deal with Eisenhower? Anyway, look, for people who are against it, why wouldn't the head of state have a ball? It's just a party space.
I think it's just that it's very big and it changes the footprint of the White House in a way that I think annoys many people who are just
Yeah, but I don't know if it was against the rules. I mean, I read the statutes. A lot of stuff is, and a lot of stuff that people did is sort of prescriptive habit. That is to say, it was just a habit that people did that wasn't based in any basic tradition. I don't know if it was illegal. call the Democrat or Republican, all of the Trump administration and say, there's a bunch of stuff I did because there was no law allowing specific. And just start going through after you come off as the president, but make those laws. You can fix this already.
That will make a big deal of things like this, even though they're already unprecedented. But like their reaction within less than 24 hours to use this as a justification was already, that just made it with so much more scrutiny on it. For the people that are follow money, as an investigative journalist, like they don't know how these, like it just amazes me how they do things like that are so obvious and overt.
And then he said it was a quid pro quo for private funders. I heard that. This gonna sound very cynical. He was getting it anyway. And he get it really from all presidents. I guess that's the strongest argument, but that never really moved me. I mean, who were some of the ballroom donors? Amazon, Google, Meta, Apple. I mean, Coinbase, Ripple, Tether. Oh, Tether America. Oh, Lord. I didn't know your people donated to the. I know the Tether was donated to the ballroom. Oh, wow. I mean, I don't know. Isn't this kind of stuff? Yeah, this is an easy congressional fix. You can put in the law. You know, this type of thing can't be done without the approval of Congress, or it has to be publicly funded. Frankly, those arguments are less compelling to me because if you had used taxpayers' dollars, people would have been upset and said we had better things to spend our money on.
Sorry. I think the loophole. Did you hear what I just said or did I shut myself off? Okay. I think if he used taxpayer funds, I think he would have had to go through Congress. I think the loophole in the law, and I sort of think he will win on this.
The Republicans could have put it in the big beautiful bill and gave him $1 billion if they wanted to. That sounds too much. $400 million. Yes, sir. I know they went to settlement, but I don't know. No problem. She gonna throw it out.
And then they're going to try to settle in advance, and I do not know if the court actually has to approve a settlement of a lawsuit that didn't, wasn't co-ed in a way. I have no clue.
I have a tweet from Sam Bondi. We must have the ballroom completed to protect POTUS and his guests. God bless President Trump, his administration, and our great country. I would have thought getting fired would, make you move on and just not. But they're all repeating the same thing. That we need this ballroom, the ballroom, the ballroom.
So y'all thought I was joking this morning when I said that?
What'd you say this morning?
Well, y'all was about the ballroom and them needing to go ahead and fix it and get it done.
We said that last week.
Oh, well, y'all made it seem like y'all was laughing at me. No?
I wasn't here when that happened.
They probably will go right back to having the White House correspondents dinner at the Hilton, where they won't have to worry about anybody shooting a future president, because hopefully they won't be as heated as.
That's absurd. That's
I'm like, can you please not talk behind me, because I don't want to get in trouble. Like, I just want to make sure people do not talk my words with the young lady Kiana, okay?
Not to try to separate yourself from the first lady, like we didn't.
No.
They had to her house right now.
They used to go together.
Yeah, me and first lady had a thing back in the day.
Man, you cannot sit there and love together in this egg.
You're a lesbian, Kiana? Is that what she said? Oh,
That's what she said.
now she said you watching First Lady. That's crazy.
That's insane. Kiana, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I can hear her smile like this right next.
Yeah, because it's hilarious, but why would you do that? I've never met you before, other than on the app. How you gonna say we went together? That's insane. You shouldn't tell stories like that. That's
Did you guys drop a video on the Telegram? Or someone pinging Monica? Y'all got a video y'all can drop on the Telegram?
That's insane.
I'd like a small one.
Kiana, please retract this statement, man.
Somebody bring
Can't
Monica
move on
on
until
Can you bring Monica in? Does Monica have that video for the Telegram?
I'm ready.
Everyone can video in the Telegram.
that.
All of the videos I put in the Telegram. There's a video with them scissoring. I put it in the Telegram.
Jesus.
Y'all put that in the Telegram?
Kiana, can you please speak up now? And make our people that.
No, you're really disgusted.
Did she just put her throat like she had pubes stuck in the back of her throat?
Stop it right now. You know, first lady on the guy. She manicured.
Terror.
Yes, I'm here. What is man saying?
Did you take the bar?
Yes, of course I took the bar.
Did you
I
pass?
passed the bar. I practice at one of the major firms in the country, and I'm still like officially, I have my bar registration is in good order. I'm retired, which means that I can't.
Do you mind what state you were in?
In New York.
Do you mind saying your last name?
Yes, I do. But it's funny, when I first got on this app, this is 5 years ago, I sent my information to John Elson, because I thought people had to be, I just thought that, they would want to know this. Obviously, it turned out that people really don't care whether people actually have credentials or not. But, I have sent my information to people like, on ads, I don't know, it's crazy. According to Manfred, I'm a failed lawyer, there you go.
I remember that. I remember a couple of things. I remember you went to a very prestigious undergrad and then slacked off.
I remember that you had something. Yes, you were that prestigious undergrad, if I remember correctly.
Don't stop on that. I did, in fact.
Yeah, I remember that.
I cleaned the floors.
I know who Lord is, in fact. I mean, this is crazy. A lot of us have been around a long time. We're not going to dox each other, but
I was a janitor before.
And you did a great job.
Thank you. Well, how would you say that's true? I was on Anthony. Why would you say you were a failed lawyer?
I don't know. I spoke to that once. We had a sort of back and forth, but I don't even know who he is. I've never interacted with him. It's crazy.
He also called Hurricane a failed attorney.
To be fair, Hurricane is a failed attorney. So.
What makes one I'm trying to understand, to be a failed attorney, what does it mean to be a failed attorney? Like you didn't, or you didn't pass the bar? Maybe that would be.
You didn't pass the bar, you could never practice.
You did a lawyer. Yeah, you get a failed lawyer. Oh, okay, I see.
God, Hurricane is not here. He would have dragged my ass if he heard what they put and said.
not marrying people. There you go. You know, advise you know.
The Supreme Court, I believe.
But I remember the Dred Scott case too. I was involved with it. You know, right.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
No, it was Scott. It was the complaints. I just like, you know. That's right.
It's just kind of quick.
What is a family term?
Did you see Pete Hegseth's suit? Is that the same suit he wears all the time? What is happening?
Something's going on.
That's the same suit. I promise it is. It's black tie. What happened? Was that blue? I don't know what's happening. I really don't. Did you get the answer yet? The phone?
I'm done.
All right, Jacob. Where's? Oh, I thought maybe.
I imagine if you go to law school, practice, pass the bar, and I'm going to take it, and you have your career doing that, whether you are at Jones Day or on Supreme Court or ambulance chase, none of that will be failed. So it's small class.
I think he gave an explanation before. Oh, here it is.
But what did he say?
Here it is.
Oh, sweet. Amen. What's the
Happy Sunday, man.
Happy Sunday. Hope all is well. Before we move on, before I discuss the lawyer comment, man, are we good? Got beef with me, man? We good?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
His name is Dan Medicis.
Okay, the last time you had a vocal interaction, you threw me down. In a severe way that I thought was unjust.
No, it's a big way.
Yeah, I can answer. I haven't crashed on over a week. I think we need to world peace. I know people know it's kind of long to crash.
I'll show you about the time when you know that because of what homegirl said. Miss First Lady said something that I said I didn't hear. You were like,
I don't even remember. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, that's just the First Lady. I don't like when people lie.
I'm sorry to lie. What I'm saying is I didn't hear what you said. That's all it was. So what I'm saying is,
No,
are we good?
I'm very protective of her. Well, I'll crash out on her for her, but besides her, you're fine.
Alright, so we can move forward, put that behind us. So the fair lawyer comment is, okay, I refuse to dox anybody, but what I know of Tira's legal background, it's, I just don't want to put it out there for doxing purposes because I wouldn't want to do that to her. I don't want to put it out there. Yes, from what I let me get it out. I didn't even state what I said. I didn't even get to state slander. It's not defamation because I'm not quoting your name personally, but from what I've been able to gather, you have you're disbarred because in no longer practicing. You misrepresented the fact. You said you're a retired attorney. That's putting it very mildly and gently. From what I understand, you were squeezed out. You had to basically you got disbarred before you couldn't be disbarred.
Not only is that complete lie, I don't know who would have told you this. As I said, I have sent my papers that show that I'm in good standing with the New York State Bar to Jonathan. I'm happy to send him the updated one I sent him years ago. I'm not sending it to you because I would show who I am. But that, Jonathan, right. Okay, listen, that is just, not just, I mean, where have you even heard that? That is a complete lie. Who are you listening to? No, who are you listening to? You should know. Go further in it because that's a complete lie. You're lying. You're a complete liar.
I wouldn't be a liar. And you, as an attorney, you should understand the difference.
You are lying if
understand the difference between having wrong information and right. I'm not lying. I'm sharing with you information that I've been able to gather about your legal background.
And who did you gather it from? You are completely incorrect, sir. And who did you gather it from?
That would be revealing my sources.
I see. And your sources have lied to you. Did you check? Were you able to get any information about this? That I'm really,
You just check it out. You can just check it. That's a wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, in order for me to check it up, the name that was given to me as your name was, I did look into it.
Then you were not given my correct name. I have never been
Let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. There's no way for me to know for sure.
No. I'm not really willing to leave it at that because that is sort of really distasteful.
No one knows who you are, so why are you taking it?
Why am I taking it personally that some person who I have no idea who they are
No one knows who you are.
came on and said I was disbarred, which is ridiculous. You know, this is like crazy stuff, and this is what happens when people are, I don't know, man, when they're not willing to, you know, they're sort of taking sources. I had a run-in at one point with a woman named Nora, F whatever. She had not passed the bar, not taken the bar, maybe, I don't know, and we had this back and forth on it. But not only did I take the bar practice for many years, but I left because I retired because I wanted to do things with my kids. Okay, simple as that.
Okay. Well, I think what I heard with the greatest song, I'll leave it at that. I'll go back to saying you're a field attorney to saying you're an elected field attorney. I'll leave it at that.
Why don't you just say she's retired?
I think you're an elected field attorney. I'll leave it
No,
at that.
that's rude.
Come on. Just like Flip was an elected rapist, we can call her an elected field attorney and leave it at that. Right? I have no hope. No, that's not true. See, that's another lie. He's an elected field attorney, and we can leave it at that. I'll take you at your word.
I believe.
No one all that is separated you.
What have I done to you? Honestly, I'm pretty anodyne. I'm pretty anodyne on this app.
I'm interacting with you. You have this no one all day.
Okay, and maybe because I know more than you do. Maybe because I know more than you do. Is that the way to go? And by the way, doesn't Lord know who I am? Lord, you know I am, right? Yes. I mean, this is like so crazy. Okay.
I've learned to let people speak for themselves from this great app.
As I said, I've reduced it to an alleged field attorney.
You know what? You shouldn't even say that. You have absolutely no. Look, as I said, a lot of people on this app know who I am, so from a long time ago. Okay, this is ridiculous, and the fact that you're listening to apparently one person and you looked up her own name is distasteful. But you do what you're gonna do. I don't care anymore. But honestly, crazy.
And the judge found Trump liable for sexual assault in the Jean Carroll case, which makes him the adjudicated sex offender.
Oh, no. Maybe that was me.
He got the wrong name. So.
No. Maybe he meant alleged rapist. He was trying to mean me because I was called a child rapist. Just no, I think people forgot. Well, first.
What would you repeat?
I don't know. Because I think it's hilarious.
Who is the mole that keeps sending messages? What's going on?
Method.
He wouldn't have called to tell on at all.
No, yeah, that was him telling somebody. It was probably Lisa.
It probably was Leaf, because Leaf, of course, Leaf.
I mean, he was with her dad yesterday, so I'm almost like,
Well, Leaf sent me a text. Let me read the text Leaf sent me.
no, don't do that.
Let me read this. Okay.
Don't read it.
Whatever he's talking about, because Anyway, that was pretty good. I thought we was going to have content. But I did have another question from the Infinity, so I'm going to come up. Everything is going to come back up. Because if you're a lawyer this is a question on the fail part. If you're a lawyer, it's not Terry, I'm just joking. If you're like an attorney for 20 years, 25 years, and then let's say 15 years, and very successful, you make partner and all that stuff. But then, I have a better example. Is Giuliani a failed attorney? Because he got this far.
Depends on whether he was at that landscaping place.
I think he got, let me just go. Giuliani, did he get this far?
He did.
And he got found liable, and has he even paid on the money yet?
Attorney, I'm gonna tell you what I think.
I'm sorry, your question is,
Do you think Giuliani, based off of your deal with CFL attorney?
I don't know the details of what he was disbarred on, but at surface level, if he was disbarred, which I don't know in this moment, if he was disbarred, at surface level, you can say yes to that question, but I would do a deep dive.
No,
He had to have all this.
there's no world in which Giuliani, to my mind, can be considered a failed attorney. Not that.
Because
The accomplishments are irrefutable.
Yeah.
I just
I'm not doing attorney duties.
Well, I'm talking about as an attorney. What's going on?
What do you accomplish as an attorney that's so great?
You brought down the law. Oh my God. You know what?
He doesn't know things, man. He only knows things from the last 4 years.
What I know about Giuliani is that he was a successful mayor.
Why are you using this as an example?
Because I know he's called to an attorney. What I wasn't aware of, and what I'm still not aware of, is his work as an attorney to take down the law.
A very important prosecutor. He was like the most celebrated prosecutor in the Southern District of I think it's
Southern District of New York, he took all these RICO cases, he did a lot of RICO cases, he took down the mob, yes.
And now he was and all I think about when I hear Giuliani is his hair dye melting off of his face, and looking a hot ass mess.
That's not true. There's more than that.
So I would not say, given his history as an attorney, he would be a failed attorney.
Even if he was disbarred?
Yeah, because the disbarment wasn't around his attorneyness.
He's a philosopher. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a political thing. I was asking, I'm not terrible. This is fascinating.
I'm just saying in general, right? If an attorney is disbarred, I think as a single standard, you can say that's a failed attorney. But like you're saying, a deep dive would provide context, and you can say, well, based on his accomplishments as an attorney taking down the mob, you can do it that way. That's why I said on certain.
But I wouldn't even say that though, because in some states in particular, Black attorneys are disbarred disproportionately for little bullshit. So I don't agree with that statement either.
Are they innocent or are they guilty of the thing?
Oh God, I don't want to talk to you.
For me, it doesn't even the disbarment. I don't know. I just feel like, let me give an example. Let me go to sports. Is Michael Jordan a failed basketball player because we did with the Wizards? No, of course not.
He would have been a failed basketball player because he was steroids or something like that.
No, I'm talking about on the court. I'm not talking about, you think Barry Bonds is a failed baseball player?
Hell no.
Pete Rose a failed baseball player? I mean.
If he calls into question his accomplishment, the steroids are part of the equation. That's all I'm saying.
In an era when everybody did steroids?
Well, that's the thing. You can't say everybody. Some people did, some people didn't. So
Some people, lifted or do the bench press incline, and some people don't. But it was a general culture. But Barry Bonds, even before steroids, was a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't follow baseball.
No,
Let's do music. I got you. Let's do music.
Like I think Janet Jackson's a horrible vocalist. Horrible. She cannot sing live ever. She can only be a studio vocalist. And she's given this grand status. I don't know why, honestly. I like the music. She had great producers.
That's why.
And Terry Lewis.
Wait, you about to say Janet Jackson is a favorite pop star?
I'm saying her vocals have never been impressive ever.
It doesn't mean that's success.
But I'm saying, what does that do with being failed or not? We're trying to find somebody who failed.
Because if you want to assess someone's musicianship, if she can't even deliver a vocal where she's supposed to be a vocalist, I think if she can't even deliver a live vocal, which she never has,
perform live.
That's a different,
I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting off into a tangent. What did you want?
but I think Jack Jackson at one point could kind of say that. But Jack Jackson would be a good example. I'm trying to think of somebody who was like a superstar and now they find themselves.
Oh, Millie Vanilli.
No, they weren't superstars.
For superstars, not for superstars.
So I'm talking about like major people. So I'm just saying like, if sometimes you see that at the end of your career.
He's not a failed single, he's a failed singer, he's a failed human.
Like Michael Vick, what do you think about Michael Vick?
Michael Vick.
Oh, great example.
Yeah, that's another good one.
He's a failed example because I think his statistics on the field stand alone as opposed to his behavior on the court.
Oh, so now you have that.
Now you got it.
So what that was true for Tira. What if I'm sorry, not Tira. What if somebody like her won most of their cases, they made partner a really good thing, but then they did get disbarred for shady practices? She still has her statistics on the courtroom.
That's why I said, on face value, you say yes, she's a failed attorney, but then if you dig deep and it's a technicality, you would say no, she's not a failed attorney.
I did not get this far. I'm just saying that what's happening is make that clear. Never got this far, never brought up on age.
I didn't even say you.
I've never actually, except for, I've never actually been accused of anything or wanted to small claims or anything like that. What?
Your defensiveness is very revealing.
Man, Vanity, you're attacking me after I have no idea why.
You talked.
Okay, fine, whatever. Man, Vanity, you're respectful. You're implying something that's very. I mean, it's not very good. It's very mean, and you don't have any evidence. And she said, hold on, and she said it's not true, and you won't even back off of it. You really.
I said it was alleged.
Well, you should just stop saying it, period. Like, you should just go away from that. It really is a way of spreading something that is very nasty in an underhanded way. You should just really drop off of it, please.
The man said, part of the reason why this happens is because you are know-it-all, Tira. Anytime someone says stuff, you tend to answer like someone who knows it all. And a man probably has a problem with you being a know-it-all. That's just what it is. And rather than confront that, he goes for a cheap shot and said, so it would be hard to even try to respond to that because it's like,
right, I moved off of it. I haven't even brought it up since it was mentioned.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up.
But I was just trying to say, in general, Mr. Bennett, what I'm saying is, if an attorney got disbarred at the end of their successful lawyer career on a technicality, you would take it away. But if it was something on moral turpitude that revealed that they don't have any scruples, then you could say they're a failed attorney. But if it was just a technicality on some, aberration, then you would say, no, she's not a failed attorney.
All right, so
It keeps going and she goes, what was Michael Avenatti a failed attorney? I found that one.
Absolutely, he was. Yes, that's a
Do
great
you have high standards for yourself like this man Vanity?
Absolutely.
Give us examples.
I'm not sure what you mean. I don't want to. I'm not sure what you mean.
wait, so you can be an excellent attorney and be a shitty person. So I don't actually understand that point.
No, I think being an excellent attorney has to do with your level of scruples. And if you have zero scruples, you're not good attorneys. Meaning you operate in a way that honors your role in the court within the legal system. If you have no scruples, if you don't have any legal scruples, even if you can, massage things to get what's best for your client, in my view, I think your quality of being an attorney is called into question.
Now I agree with that, but what would make you fail if you get away with it and you succeed? That's why the fail part is always the question.
This part, to me, is just this is on a face level. If you're just smart, you get that label as a failed attorney. But then, if you look into it, it's a technicality, leave it alone. Take it back.
I mean, I'm
again, Tira is denying ever being this smart. And on a fundamental fairness, I grant her that.
I really don't these sort of points.
There we
You
go.
have acknowledged,
Sir,
you have acknowledged that you know a little about a lot. We had one interaction a couple of weeks ago.
multiple interactions. You just don't remember it, and that's okay.
That was actually Trent's a little about.
Because you people, you tower over your attorney background to make
It's
it
not
easy.
because of my attorney background, it's because I read things, and because I look into things, and because people who've been on this app for a while understand that I generally try to back up my points. What is
If
the
you were
problem?
a clear arbiter, maybe sometimes your conclusions would not be always against Trump.
Oh, so that's what we're talking about.
Every take that you have, Tara, if you're a clear arbiter, if you're a balls and strikes kind of attorney, then some of your conclusions would be fair. But you don't have that bone in your body.
So let me speak. To be honest with you, you guys are, this is cult. Literally in this conversation, she took Trump's side. I'm giving you the example. She actually does all
I said that I thought he was going to win that lawsuit, didn't I?
I know. She said the law was probably on his side. She said the law was on his side here. Well, I'm not the ball. She literally said that about an hour ago in here. You in here.
I was listening, but she ended on her
No, she didn't. No, she heard. She heard. No, she didn't. On the ballroom, she said that he doesn't have to go through Congress. She said he's probably he's going to win.
She doesn't know. She said she doesn't know.
No. Well, whether she knows or not, that wasn't your claim. Your claim was she never takes Trump's side. She said she thought the law was on his side. None of us know how the judge is going to rule. But she literally said what he did with the ball was legal.
So let me withdraw and rephrase. 90% of her case is against Trump, and if she were a fair arbiter,
not true.
Randy's like, every time would not be the case. If she were a balls and strikes, but she's an anti-Trump attorney.
So what?
Everything that she does, she's looking at the group.
Something is wrong with that.
Perfect right to say that.
I heard this man on TikTok talk about what he has. He called it a Trump dick riding syndrome. That's what he called it, Trump dick riding syndrome. It is so. Yes, he has it. He is really suffering from Trump dick riding syndrome. Yes,
This fucking syndrome. It's up all the time.
She's a woman. What's wrong with me?
She called me a dick sucker.
I know, but I'm saying
I don't understand this one.
She's a woman. No, this is what I'm asking. I'm asking how would that be an insult? She's a woman.
She's a pussy eater. She's a pussy eater.
This is the reason earlier he said he can never win against Tira. He can't win against Tira because she's not a failed attorney.
I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't make any sense.
You definitely said this is why I can't win against you. You said it.
I never said I can't win against her.
You did.
I never said those words. Nobody can't win with her. I said I can't win with her because if I give her grace, I'm wrong. If I don't give her grace, I'm wrong. The woman, you can't beat her. Okay, well, that's fine. All right, cool. I gave her grace and she said, I don't need your grace. No, I didn't give her grace. Don't accuse me. Like, what is wrong with you?
But those are different.
I finally gave her grace. I said, as a fundamental fairness, I'm going to grant her that. I don't need it.
So condescending. Did not understand the concept of condescending. I don't need you to. I guess you don't.
I didn't mean it in a condescending way. I really didn't mean it in a condescending way.
Please, there's no way to interpret it.
Good one. I think it'd be misled by the term grant. What I'm saying is, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. If you're saying you didn't do it, I'll take you at your word. That's all That's why I took it back. That's why I said I'll grant her. The grant it. Oh, when I say grant, I don't mean that I mean it in the actual way that its definition implies, which is I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. If she denying an allegation, much like I gave Trump the benefit of the doubt.
Case that I possibly can. I read underlying documents. I try not to fall for things on the internet that are fake, but that's really hard these days. I try. When I usually give opinions on legal issues, I've been pretty much correct on a lot of the things I've said about them legally and where things are going to turn out. I think, for example, that he will lose the birthright citizenship case, right? Making a prediction right now. And I also feel that he has done things legally that are not appropriate for a president, that are illegal, whether the courts agree with me or not is to be seen. Why is that an issue? Why is that an issue for you?
The way that you feel in this very moment, you feel defined by an anonymous source.
Oh, jeez.
Stop. I can't finish my statement. What is happening?
Jesus, this thing.
I don't know what's happening. I was trying to finish the statement. In this very moment, Tara, in this very moment.
All right, there.
All right, let me stop.
Are you changing a diaper? Oh my God.
I'm gonna put myself.
Brother is a troll. I've seen him in other rooms.
Brother is a troll. You don't know brother. Brother is our brother. Shut up. We went to it. You came up by mistake. I was gonna say, this is like really sad. Like to go based on what someone told you about a person that is this so low, it's crazy to say it in front of a room full of people. Like this is insane. Like literally. Because a person doesn't agree with Trump. Say about her, you'll say anything about me. Like this is really mental. Like really. This is crazy.
See, I got me. What did I do, Tiana? Courtney? I missed what you said. And Tiana, did you want to say something?
I'm not really
Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, I will. Once I learned that this JQ, which is not on my brother's speak. Go ahead, JQ.
And my apologies on that. It's just the way it was sounding, and I feel like I'm in another room, so I'm new here. So apologies. No, I mean no disrespect.
That was okay.
I'll say this. There's a lot of people that are sipping the Kool-Aid, either the pro-Trump Kool-Aid or the anti-Trump Kool-Aid. And a lot of people can come to the grips that they both discuss. Every so often he does get a nice little hit. It might not be a hit out the park, but it's still a base hit. It's ups and downs. There's more downs than ups, in my personal opinion. I'm not a fan, but every so often, whatever. All this stuff that happened last night, I feel like it was straight false flag. There's ulterior motives and everything else. But when it comes to not even just whatever this conversation is, we're talking about you being disbarred, Miss Tyra.
I was not disbarred. Oh my God.
Please. Like, I feel like this. If anybody wants to say anything about the president or any other politician or somebody that we don't know, not in here in Terry's room or, maybe whatever talking about. But the simple fact that you're in here, there should be no disrespect towards you to throw that allegation out there to you or about
I was like, do I want to do that this late?
I know, I hope I don't be up late tonight.
You will be. The room's gonna be open all night now. I might as well go get my coffee and do some work.
Oh, Lord. I don't know. You know what's going on? I don't know what's going on.
I thought you were gonna summarize something for me.
Yeah, I was. But my memory has faded off.
All right, it might not have been important anyways. I understand.
Yeah, no, yeah. She was just saying something about, she was saying that you might do the same to her. Can you come in?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, she was just saying that, it was kind of, she might not have said the word hurtful, but it was very shocking to her that he could say that about someone, and she felt like he could do the same thing to her, and say something, bad about her, kind of thing.
Say about people. So yeah, I understand. When the tables turn on people, they can't take. They do it to other people all the time, like political figures. We can leave it at that.
Well, it's a little bit of a different standard. So, if you're a citizen in a country, whether it's satirical, whether it's genuine, and it's a public figure whose salary you pay, and in this case, Donald Trump is the head of state, not just of the government, it's a little bit different than saying you heard from someone. I don't know. The way y'all conflate, this actually goes back to the conversation I was telling y'all earlier about how we treat our leaders. A leader of a country or a state or a senator is not like a regular person. So that's kind of part of the thing. They're like celebrities. I don't know. It's a bad argument. Also, there's no way you believe that this woman who sounds and talks like her is this smart. You actually don't believe that.
That's what I think. I don't even think he believes.
Yes. Oh, he left. Oh, I look at my phone. That's too bad. It is wild how this app, the professionals get a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
For their professions. And you know what? I keep it myself.
Yeah, and I would say that a lot of people, I think what I was saying this when Trick was up there, a lot of people, you don't even have to say what your profession is. We can tell who is knowledgeable based on the things that they say, the balance, the citations. So, it doesn't even matter.
And what's the point of even trying to display credentials on our app where you meet all kinds of interesting but sometimes weird people and all that? Like, why do any of that? What do you hope to accomplish from doing that?
Speaking of what people do, I apologize to say I didn't know. That was not okay.
The timing was so funny because you were talking about, ooh, it smells so bad. And when you were talking about identity and practice, and then I was like, oh. The timing was amazing. It's funny, Clark, the first she was like, that changed up her first. Brother, we need them,
I was in the day last night. Got up late. Who's talking? Man, I was in bed last night. Got up late.
Box. Did you get some box?
I was in bed last night.
Did you get some box? Oh my word. Not Mel. Mel is not interested in playing around.
Every girl he gets smashed. Wasn't it yesterday?
Yeah, you're on stage.
Mel's not being shy.
Go
He might have no idea that he's on stage.
You know that we have that rule.
Oh, you know what?
Love that word. Love that word.
So do y'all think that if the Secret Service person will get in trouble for tomorrow? Do you think they'll be calling for their head like after Butler?
No. They're saying they did the best. In all press conferences, their thing is they've seen the very best of law enforcement. Plus, the guy that is heading the agency is literally Tom's guy, so I don't see him getting fired.
But for Cash Patel, this could be a good pretext to finally end it. So this works well to get rid of him. Who, by the way, looked, and I mean this with all due respect to the man, he looked absolutely ridiculous. In those white socks, those white and red, where's wrong, those striped socks and all, you guys saw. He looked
White and red socks.
white and red, where's all the socks there? Yes. I don't know. They can investigate that.
No, there was in the manifesto, which I think is.
Manifesto, do you think he was trying to put a target on them by saying the reason why he wouldn't go?
And I think he wants Trump to fire him, so he was.
Or you think that's something?
Yeah, it's just a bit, maybe, I don't know.
Well, that sounds like something sloppy that Trump people will come up with as a way of getting rid of someone.
Why didn't he have clothes on? Why did they turn it off of him? He did have clothes on when they came in, but they said he might have some stuff on him, so they took his clothes off.
The only problem is if this is what they're going to use to try to get rid of Cash, I mean, I know it won't fly because there's nothing anyone can do, but it would be really dumb because Secret Service would have been the body responsible for not only securing that hotel, but ensuring that the security down there is top notch, because that wouldn't be the FBI's job.
But only because the other calls had been made about him in advance. That's the only reason that maybe you could look at the FBI being lax.
You know, Ben, earlier you asked a question. I've been thinking about this. How anytime there is, when they do this preventive stuff, like someone makes a threat to the president, before you even realize it on Twitter, there's Secret Service agents showing up at your door. Or you could be heading to an airport. TSA stops you and all of a sudden you have a bunch of plainclothes agents that come after you. But then when it comes to anything that gets close like this, boom, shit happens all of a sudden. Someone was close enough to get to the president. Something is not adding up for me. I just don't understand why.
I think it's odd that they had enough confidence to approach him and strip him and claim that it was because you could have some type of device on him. Maybe I watched too many documentaries about like bombers and things like that. Like, what kind of intelligence would give you the confidence in real time to approach him? But then after the fact, you're saying you disrobed him because you thought you had a bomb.
And you were aware of what was going to happen. And it's all part of the show. Well, remember the rule? If you can be a conspiracy theorist, I can be one too. So, shake your head all you want. Y'all alright? I'm still contemplating coffee. You debating coffee? Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. I had that around like 2 o'clock. So, it's already, well, isn't 5 o'clock where you are? It's 10 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. Speak for. What you say, brother? I haven't had any coffee all day, and I'm thinking about getting some.
What's going on, people?
Hey, Cousin, how are you?
Brothers, well, I just came from the movie theater with my kids, watched Michael movie. Anybody seen that yet?
I saw it.
What were your thoughts?
Hey, Cousin, I liked it. I was thoroughly entertained. I felt like I was at a, well, I thought, let me disclaimer, I saw it in IMAX theater. So I kind of felt like it was an experience.
Did you take a seat covering or anything?
What's up, Coach? Maybe it was nostalgia. Coleman Domingo was exceptional. He's probably getting out like that. He killed it. And actually, Michael was excellent too. It was pretty believable. It was good performances. My brother told me not to give him any spoiler alert, so I'm like, bro, it's Michael Jackson's story, but what don't you know about him? But yeah, they finished it quite a bit before his death, so there's still a decent amount to cover. But what they did do was exceptional.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty tasteful. It stayed away from a lot of the controversy. And they gave a lot of background that people may not have known during significant periods in his career. I thought it was.
No, I appreciate that too. I do think it's hard to do a biopic of Michael Jordan and not have the controversy that played his latter part of his life, not be a part of it. Like, it's not, it seems disingenuous almost, but they only went to a certain period in this time, so I can see how they avoided that, but yeah.
Nia Long did a good job too.
Yeah, she did. That's well done.
Seat covers of Nia Long. It's just something.
From the commercial, I felt that she was gonna do a good job. Like her facial expression, the age range of what, his mom would have been at that time, she had the right look for it. So, I can't wait to see it.
Do you know it's interesting? I'll talk to my kids about the Pepsi commercial fiasco, the explosion, setting his hair on fire. You know how much he won off of that lawsuit from Pepsi?
No, how much? It's not in the movie. Oh, it's not good. How much is it?
$3 million.
Oh my Lord.
Literally the biggest star in the history of mankind. And during a commercial, they set this man's hair on fire and nearly killed him. Literally nearly killed him. And they settled for $3 million. I was talking to my kids.
That was in the 80s, and that was really high. I mean, I'm just saying for judgments, now you're used to these ridiculously high judgments, but that was a really big judgment back then.
Really? Yeah, I guess, it's hard to contextualize it when, imagine that happened. Beyonce was a Pepsi, right? Imagine that happened to her. Sheesh, you talking about, I'm not even hundreds of millions. It would be $1 billion. Maybe not good. It would be hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. She would win a suit for.
Well, it could be, and I'm just speculating, could it have been in the contracts that he signed, it was capped because they were also the sponsors, i.e. partner employers for him, for the tour.
Yeah, that might be the thing. From what I recall, that all that settlement money, all that lawsuit money went to the burn unit that he was hospitalizing during his recovery, which is pretty commendable.
Does anybody know why specifically Janet Jackson was opposed to it?
Like her name was said one time in the whole movie.
Right.
She wasn't in that all.
Is that what happened?
What'd you say? I hadn't heard. I just heard headlines that she was against it, but I didn't know the reason.
Jermaine
been told in that way for a lot of people, you know. A lot of information was missed. Latoya Ford?
Yeah, I like it. She's a little thin now, isn't she?
I think she's gonna live for a while.
What do you mean, like sickly?
I don't know, I've never seen legs look that frail before on her. And I don't look at her regularly, but when I saw her kind of promoting this movie, she was talking about how much she liked it and everything, but I don't know, that's a little anorexic looking to me.
She's gotta be 60 maybe?
Who would have been around 67.
Yeah, she knocking on 70's door. No. Nice pull. Oh, HR says 69, yeah. Knocking on 70's door, what's that?
So this one you want to say it.
He already saw it in his trainings.
Wait, what are you talking about, brother?
The microphone. You want to say it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking on the phone. Yes, I'm going to see it. I'm supposed to see it on Friday, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. I figured you might. I know.
I mean, I want to, but I'm afraid I'm going to hear everybody's opinion before I go see it. So
Only
I'll
Divine.
quickly.
Only Divine.
I don't know what he said.
Divine is different than spoiled.
I'm
an hour before you're about, like the hour you're going to see it. He's going to come on. That's his good. He's going to give you something. I'm waiting for on demand or some other means. I'm like, okay.
Oh, wait, you haven't seen it?
Have not, no.
Oh, okay.
See, I think this is something I didn't even know. Latoya, I'm Googling her. Yeah, she'll be 70 in a couple of weeks. She had double-digit albums. Like, what? I didn't know she was a singer or performer. Well, I've never heard a song.
What's her song? The Heart Doesn't Lie? I don't know that.
Yeah, mine is long.
Latoya had a little monkey.
I'm like, you transform it?
Didn't she have like a little monkey bubbles or something?
Monkey Bubbles.
She had like a little pet monkey or something.
Oh, Bubbles was Michael Jackson's.
Oh, was that Michael?
Yeah, it plays a pretty significant role in the movie.
I told you, you're clipping your toenails?
I find the chat. You're getting them things like Myra's, like Chanel and Myra's thumbnails. Oh my God.
God, Jesus.
Them damn longer than Danny Madison. Looking like Danny Grace in Alfred.
I'm on the golf course. Slow down.
Then we get you cooking and talking. You know, black men can't use the country club. What's going on?
Let me do that.
Clubhouse. How do you do that?
What'd you say?
Concentrate on a game of golf and be on Clubhouse.
He was in his pocket.
In between the holes, you just cut the volume up. You take your focus out of golf so you're not overthinking.
Oh,
That's a good idea. I like it.
It also depends on where you're raised and how you're raised. You know, many blacks are used to concentrating and quiet. You need chaos
shit and it say 300 steps, put it down.
Oh, I've done worse. I've done worse because I've lived in small Manhattan apartments.
Well, you know, something, it says it's on your phone or on your watch. Because I know a lot of my phone.
So you probably have to add, you probably have to add 1,000 or two. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I've been finishing something up I wanted to finish today, and I've literally been sitting in my office for hours upon hours. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna take my walk now. I looked down, that bitch said 629 steps. I said, oh God, we died.
John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going, did I hear you?
That's 629 steps is crazy.
I mean, did you fall yesterday on your stomach?
No, I
No, you can just say you left your phone in the office.
I went to the office. I've been sitting there outside of bathroom and coffees for 8 hours. So I said, let me go for a walk. And I looked at my thing and it said 629 steps. I had to get that done today, what I was doing. I had a report for Clubhouse due, and it's leading Clubhouse media pundit.
You turning it into Rambo?
Let me give you my read on it. So he said everything. Did you hear? He said, my favorite Rambo moment was when he went and grabbed a screenshot of various maps of ships coming in out of the state of Hormuz. Anybody hear that? No, I need at least 10,000 steps a day. 6,000 is still hard attack. He's placed 10,000. At least. So you saying your least should be 10? That's what I read. Okay. And as a black man, it should probably be 12,000.
That's all right there. Okay. Well, average, I don't look at it. I just looked at it. I'm between 6 and 8 a day. I gotta get that.
You're not hard in 2 weeks.
The Nike fuel band.
You know what's
Remember the Nike fuel band?
What is it?
It was similar in theory, but it was like a Nike bracelet. It was digital. It had USB charger on it, and it linked to their Nike app, and it counted their movements, and it would give you like little rewards and badges as you hit your personal best or set your goals for the week. Like when they first came out, like my coworkers and I, we all had them, and we would like compete and show our results like every morning. And before we would leave, we would show where we were, and then like screenshot how many we got by the end of the night because it reset at like midnight. And it got so competitive that around 11 o'clock at night, if I didn't hit my goal, I would just be running around my room in my apartment trying to hit it before I went to sleep. I'd be passed out tired by the time midnight hit if I hadn't hit my goal. And then I realized that it wasn't just their movement like walking, because I switched arms and I had stick shift. So by the time when I switched arms, switched wrists, I would have a good 500 extra steps or movements before I even got to work, because it was on my right hand where I shifted gears. So yeah, that was just interesting. I was just wondering if anybody else remembers that.
Pre or post Fitbit?
It was before Fitbit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the problem was the barometer that they used was like some obscure, like it wasn't stats, right? It was some unit that was made up by Nike.
Yeah.
So it was always a little bizarre. don't know what calorie it is. It wasn't calories, it was like units or something. By the way, I know you don't live in the city, like you're driving the station.
Outside the city. But yeah, I go to station in the city.
Man.
What do you think that? Two questions. Do you think that? So visceral fat is the killer, right? So do you think that liposuction is a feasible and healthy option to get rid of visceral fat? That's my first question.
What'd you say about lipo?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying visceral fat is the killer. Do you guys think that liposuction is a good, viable, and generally healthy option to get rid of visceral fat? Suck out the visceral fat, or does it not hit the visceral fat?
I don't know the answer.
I like your rose bushes. Oh, real nice, yeah. And the second question is, do you all think that people in 10 years won't be dying because of the shot, but because of GLP-1s?
You said what? About the GLP-1s? Do you think people will be dying?
Do you think people are?
That rose bush got him. I'm not sure because they are, changing your metabolic patterns, but they say they're safe and that they're not doing anything that's going to, prevent you from making insulin, those sort of things. So, I don't know.
Y'all don't think
We'll
it's
see in that
doing damage to the organs? You don't think they're doing damage to the organs?
I don't know. The kidneys.
Yeah, I think the kidneys, in particular. Okay.
I think just 10 years down the road, we'll see what's going on.
Ben, what is your take on the body positivity movement and its neglection, in medical science and science overall?
It was, I think, let me be as generous as possible. I think for people's individual self-esteem, and maybe some subgroups, it was good, but overall, it's probably a net negative. I'm gonna leave it there.
Got it. So do you feel like our president and, being able to, hey, listen, at least I'm willing to be consistent. Our president is fat as fuck. When you look at the $4 trillion in expenditures and fatness in America, at least I'm willing to be able to call my side of the aisle fat and disgusting and sloppy as it is. I mean, what are your thoughts on, leading by example?
I'm fine with Donald Trump's body. He's 80 years old. But I will say this. One thing I didn't like about COVID, and I blame him, Anthony Fauci, Stark, Burks, mostly the Democrats. I think they could have encouraged healthier. I think they could have encouraged your habits, going outside as a kind of reset. I'm sorry, not only for COVID and stuff, but also kind of reset for the American people. I think that one thing Trump, I hope they did it, but they were going to bring back, sorry, optics got killed. They said they were going to bring back the presidential, remember when y'all did it when we was in school? What's it called?
That's the presidential test.
Yeah. I supported that. That's a a small thing, but I think that they should do that. I think the Maha people are insane, but about 30 they say is very good, and I wish that the administration would push some of the good comeback stock. So Democrats are supposed to be the healthy, smart people, and what they do in the name of not offending people is sell them a bill of goods. So
That's why you out there, because you lying right now, like Michelle Obama didn't have a whole fitness campaign.
I'm not talking about her. I apologize. That's right. Michelle Obama did. I was really thinking about post-COVID. I apologize. I was thinking post-COVID. Because, like, you know, if the federal government gives some money for little competitions, you got to go outside, walk around. You know what I mean? It could have been fun. Or, you know, instead of doing those doomer and gloomer,
yeah, but go. You don't feel that a lot of that empty effort, again, not working in tandem of reducing our national deficit. And again, I'm willing to say that our president is fat. Our president is fat, disgusting as hell. You know, for me personally, being a Republican, in my specific aims, I'm looking at a person that, you know, is morbidly obese and doesn't actually meet the baseline of where I would like to see America sit at. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, at what point are we gonna, you know, call the elephant out for what it is? You see what I'm saying? Like, let's say the quiet fat out, you know, fat part out loud.
Yes, I see what you did there. Look, I call my quiet part out every day. Hey, people like spending a bunch of money on this healthcare system. I don't know. I mean, if the GOP wants to say,
do you want to be more specific, though, as far as like morbidly obesity? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, when you look at, you know, the amount of money that our country spends on medical non-compliance and obesity, you know,
I agree. I'll take it what I see child numbers. They're getting really bad too. Like the young kids, it's bad.
So, do you feel like there should be a baseline as far as where we're spending these dollars and, you know, where people are at as far as the standpoint of medical non-compliance? Do you feel like this should be able to free up extra dollars of removing this segment out of Hawaii? I mean, you know, it's not one of those things that
genocide of fat people. What's happening?
No. I'm calling for the genocide of medical non-compliance, right? Because those are two different things.
That's terrible.
Horrible.
That was good stuff. I mean, sometimes you gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
Again, real when they were posted.
That's it. At least do labor. Oh, not labor.
I mean, go.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Somebody that's in a post-acute setting, should they be able to Postmates Popeyes chicken when they're otherwise, you know, told by their doctor that they're otherwise medically non-compliant?
I'll be honest with you. You know, this is gonna sound horrible, but this is actually a good question. What if insurance companies wanted to link up, you know, what are they called? What's it called? Grandpa, what are those called?
Delivery companies?
Yeah, the delivery, whatever they're called. What if they wanted to link up, like, remember how they also talking about how they used to put in their cards to track you for car insurance? I I can see in the near future that they do that with your phone and your app.
Are you saying that people who are otherwise medically non-compliant, do you feel like, they should have a certain algorithm to remove them from our healthcare system?
Yeah, I don't know.
That is just the way it's costing us a lot of money.
It is. I don't know. To be fair to me, I have to think more of this. I already have a list of people I want dead first. So I'll think about these topics again. Someone ping Elder Torah.
There's something very similar already under the same guys that's been saying that, you can lower your health insurance. They through employee benefits, they roll out these things where you get like the free what's the walking thing or whatever to count the steps. The
walking packs.
Yeah, and they count it like it's a reward, like for you. But it's monitoring. It's a slippery slope, I think.
Yeah, but there needs to be something that works in tandem to, our Congress actually enacting into law. People who are medically non-compliant should be.
Can you define medical non-compliance exactly? If your doctor says it'd be better if you lowered your blood pressure a little and you still have salt.
Well, step outside of politically correctness. People who are medically non-compliant, for some reason, TLC, for example, right? So my 600-pound life, at some point, we have to remove this segment of the population off of our genocide. I'm not talking about a genocide. I'm not calling for fratricide or genocide. I'm just looking for people to just do a little bit better, right? So, as Americans, don't we want to do just a little bit better? So when we look at people who size of, LA Zoo farm animals, it's kind of to the point where it's like, okay, at some point, what are we going to do to remove this segment of the population off of our healthcare system?
Conservative.
No, I'm a realist.
Before you go, I just want to point out the fact that we've had very interesting conversations, and it was only at this point that neoliberal felt he needed to get on stage. Nobody reached.
Sorry, I missed it. But Dr. Adams, I agree with you on all of the problems. Do you have a solution? Perhaps a viable solution?
Am I able to speak freely?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I feel like there should be an actual time period for which people that are medically non-compliant, they should be moved off of the Medicare system, they should be moved off of, for me personally, living in California, it's absolutely upsetting, that you have people that are 400-500 pounds that are taking place, as far as, government subsidies that should be sent towards, trainers and, chalk, let's actually fight, cancer in children as opposed to people who unapologetically are willing to eat themselves into a medically induced coma.
I have a better solution. This is a proposal for you. I want you to read it. My solution is capitalism, which is, I think there should be a federal jobs guarantee for a specific job, which is salespeople of medically assisted dying packages. We will have affiliate marketing, sales bonuses, and a federally guaranteed bonus system for the amount of sales in medically assisted we should have an affiliate referral system that people can refer them, right, to get in a sales funnel to be approached on the proposal, and the capitalist will take care of selecting the best talent and salespeople that can convince us to hold them for medically non-compliant people in voluntarily transitioning into.
Wait, can we go further with this? Can we make the credit card companies reject purchases of dinners with calorie counts of over 1,000, let's say? Can we do better? We gotta be able to do something like that. Let's get it.
So, I mean, that's a very interesting statement that you made as far as medical.
Just let me know what I'm getting.
Sure. Medical, financing as far as things that are otherwise elective versus things that are medically necessary. So, I mean, shouldn't we streamline and improve that system? I mean, shouldn't people, in a public paid business model, if somebody needs a heart transplant, why do they have less availability to finance that versus somebody who wants breast implants?
Because in order to get a heart transplant, you need a heart, and someone else would have to die. I'm trying to figure out how the breast implant thing works. Could you be clearer about this?
Healthy scenario is all around people being fat. But you do understand that there are people who are skinny that aren't healthy either, that don't do healthy things, that completely has a different metabolism than some people. Doesn't mean that they're doing anything healthy, and they probably are doing a lot of unhealthy things. So how do you punish them? Well, you only punish the people who are oversized.
I'm sorry, was that a question towards me?
Yeah, because you're the one that's leading the charge, right?
Got it. So anybody that, engages in any sort of medical non-compliance.
Just stop with the euphemism and try and be clear on this. This is an incredibly funny euphemism, medical non-compliance. What are you actually saying, okay? Because the devil is in the details here, and I think you know it. If somebody, for example, has born with a medical condition and it's really hard for them to regulate things or their body,